No, that's not. Yeah. Okay.
Right. If it is the question of so it's not. It's right
believe I saw him, yes. Mr. Hollinshead,
Here.
Mr. Lara,
Here.
Ms. Cabral,
Here.
Mrs. Cordero.
Here. Reporting out from closed session on items A, B, and C, information was shared. And on item D, the board approved a settlement agreement with the Office of Administrative Hearings, case number, everybody pay attention to this because I'm going to quiz you on it. 20250900811. The motion was made by Board Member Valencia, seconded by Board Member Cabral, with 5 votes in favor and 0 votes against. Our interpreters this evening are Cesar Ruiz and Susana Pineda. And greeters and support this evening is provided by Karen Ramirez Espinosa and Leticia Morales. At this time, we are going to invite Jasmine Garcia, Maria Jose Rios Lomeli from Arianas Junior High to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Baird from Arianas Junior High for our inspiration.
Wow.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. McDuffie and members of the board. I am Genevieve Beard, the proud principal at Arianas Junior High. I've had the privilege of leading Arianas for nearly 9 years, since August of 2016. Before our school year began, our summer leadership team began with a powerful question of how do we describe the great work that we do at Arianas Junior High and incorporate this year's focus on the belief that all people belong, have a voice, and can contribute. Through our collaboration, we created a motto that guides the daily decisions that we make, rooted in belonging and growing together. Being rooted in belonging means our students know they are valued, welcome, and seen. And growing together reflects our belief that success is a shared commitment among students, staff, and families. You can actually see this vision reflected right here in this room. The bulletin board beside me began with a vision by our art teacher, Mrs. Western. The products were created collaboratively by many members of our school community. It highlights our diverse school, including students, staff, and families, our academic departments, our clubs, events, and the values that make Arianas Junior High School unique. It's more than a decoration. It's a visual representation of who we are and how we strive to uplift every member of our school community. One of the strongest examples of this motto in action is our web program, Where Everybody Belongs. With great leadership by our web advisors, Ms. Jills and Ms. Flores, our 8th grade web leaders have worked with intention this year to support our 7th graders, leading orientation, team building activities, lunchtime events, and ongoing positive presence on campus. Their leadership is transforming our campus by building bridges and supporting students to feel connected and confident. At this time, it is my honor to invite our 8th grade web student leadership team to share a brief presentation highlighting the incredible work they've done to build community and support our newest Hawks. Thank you for your continued partnership and for celebrating the voices and accomplishments of our students. At Arianas Junior High, we are proud to be the Hawks, rooted in belonging and growing together.
Good evening. My name is Adrian, and I'm here with Jackie, Anna, and Lixie. And we are representing the web program for Arianas Junior High, and we'll be speaking about how we united all students at Arianas Junior High. And I'm also here with Ashley and Adelise. At Arianas Junior High, all students feel connected in a way that no students have ever felt it. When I first went to junior high, it was scary because new year, new school. But I met some new web leaders, which were before me. And when I met them, I felt safe and comfort in a way, like I'm not alone doing this. And that's what the web program is about showing how you're not alone when you're doing something. Something our web class does to make kids like our seventh graders feel more welcome is having social follow-ups that involve us talking with our seventh graders how they're doing personally and how they're doing in their classes. For example, we were hosting a back-to-school dance, and before the dance, we emailed our seventh graders to meet us up in a certain area in our school. And if they met us up there, we would give them a discount on their dance ticket and an Otter Pop. This resulted in many kids coming to our social follow-up and our school dance. Thank you. We have helped unite students with activities where students learn to cooperate to achieve the objective of working together with communication, sharing ideas, and leadership to succeed in completing tasks. This has made numerous students feel noticed and motivated to participate in sharing their ideas with all web leaders, rooting for them with love and support. A smile, a greeting, or just a small conversation can make their day. With all the support, the seventh graders can learn to try new things they don't have much confidence in, things such as participating in class, joining a sports team, or even making new friends. Every day is a new day that our web group goes to support our seventh graders to show them that they are not alone and that we're here to cheer them on. Una de las pocas maneras que nuestro programa de web ha unido a los estudiantes como una comunidad son de las veces que nuestros líderes han incluido a todos los estudiantes que parecen estar deprimidos con una simple sonrisa. Estos pequeños actos han hecho que los estudiantes se sientan bienvenidos, vistos y valorados y que no están solos. Incluso con un saludo ha hecho sus días. Siempre intentamos hacer una pequeña conversación de cómo va su año escolar. Estas acciones de amabilidad siempre cambian la perspectiva de los estudiantes de séptimo que ven el día como uno aburrido a uno más divertido y interesante. Un día triste siempre lo podemos volver en uno lleno de positividad. I am one of the web leaders representing the program web. This year, we focused on our seventh graders, making sure they are seen and valued. Some of the things that we helped our seventh graders on building are small conversations, managing eye contact, and making them included. With these small acts of kindness, even if they are small, it can change their whole day around into something more positive. Soy una de los líderes web que representa el programa web. Este año nos centramos en nuestros alumnos de séptimo grado. Aseguramos de que sean vistos y valorados. Algunas de las cosas que hacemos para ayudar a nuestros alumnos de séptimo grado fueron hablar, entablar pequeñas conversaciones, gestionar el contacto visual y hacer que sean incluidos con estos pequeños actos de amabilidad. Cambias todo su día en algo más positivo. as web leaders, we work together as a community to try to bring our seventh graders together and try to get them to open up more to us by checking in on them and trying to get feedback from the activities we have planned and hosted for them to make it more enjoyable for them. And outside of the web class, I like to talk to the seventh graders and see how they are doing because I see myself in them in a way.
Now that we've heard all our experiences, our web group went around campus to create a video and to share it with you all. Ariana's Junior High, we are web leaders and we help out seventh graders.
The web leaders have helped me get good grades and find new programs for me.
Invited me to the school, give me a good education. Web leaders helped us do fun activities with our work.
My web leader has helped me out a lot around the school and I love it.
Okay, this is our web community and it stands for Where Everybody Belongs, and we're going to be showing you some of the activities we've done for our school. One of the things we did for our community is doing a canned food drive. We have donated over 600 cans, which helped all the families in need. It doesn't only help our seventh grade, but it also helps the web leaders themselves develop leadership skills.
Ariana's Junior High, we are web leaders and we help out seventh graders.
The web leaders have helped me get good grades and find new programs for me.
Invited me to the school, give me a good education. Web leaders helped us do fun activities with our work.
My web leader has helped me out a lot around the school and I love it.
Okay, this is our web community and it stands for Where Everybody Belongs, and we're going to be showing you some of the activities we've done for our school. One of the things we did for our community is doing a canned food drive. We have donated over 600 cans, which helped all the families in need. It doesn't only help our seventh grade, but it also helps the web leaders themselves develop leadership skills.
Ariana's Junior. Thank you.
Yeah, before they leave, let's take a picture.
Thank you, web leaders. We are ready to move on. And at this time, we will have a student leader advisory team report with Mrs. Tadeo and Mrs. Zepeda helping them.
Good
I'm going
evening.
to,
Sorry.
I'm going to say their names because oftentimes they don't speak it clearly into the microphone. So I want everybody to know. Brandon Castro from Liberty.
People can see it standing.
Anikan Cruz Ramos from Rice, and I probably butchered that name.
Anakin?
Lucero Ramos Cruz from Sanchez. And Suri Takas from Taylor. It's all yours. Oh, one more. Oh, didn't make it to my list. You'll have to read.
She'll introduce herself. She's well prepared. So,
Oh.
good evening. My name is Veronica Tadeo Diaz, and this is my colleague, Claudia Garcia Cepeda, and we work closely with our student leaders. Today, we are proud to present a few members from our student advisory team who have worked really, really hard on their speeches and presentations, and they're here to share their voices and just their experiences with you all. So, thank you for this opportunity.
Good evening, fellow board members. My name is Anakin Cruz Ramos, and I am in the 6th grade, and I represent Rice Elementary School. 2 things you should know about me is that I cook and play the saxophone. Something I am learning as a student leader is trying to work in big groups because I normally like to stay alone because then I would know that the task would get done. But with more people, I feel like it would be more efficient. One of my favorite things that I have done in the district here is like asking questions about the people who work here, because then I see how they contribute to the district and all the schools. Some things I think we should do at my school or all schools is like do more things on pieces of paper, because I feel like there's a lot of stuff on computers. I also believe we should do more fundraisers because so then we could fund field trips, sports, clubs, and generally just the school itself. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me tonight.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucero Ramos Cruz, and I'm a 6th grader at Sanchez Elementary School. One thing most people don't know about me is I have a big passion for volleyball. This year, as a student leader, my experience so far has been awesome. I've met more people, made new friends, and it has helped me a lot to develop my confidence. I am focusing on presenting in front of big crowds and in front of groups without being shy. I've always been the type of person who is quiet in class, who doesn't really interact with other people and prefers to work alone. I am trying to develop my collaboration skills by trying my best to share in front of my classmates with a strong voice so everyone could hear me. At school, I see myself interacting more with people in my class and in assemblies, speaking in front of crowds so I could stop being timid and share my voice more. Some challenges I might face are getting too nervous while presenting and freezing up because I got too nervous. If I have to face those challenges, I will take a deep breath, calm down, and pretend there is no one in front of me so I don't get anxious. I love my school because us Sanchez Lions encourage other people to never give up and keep going when things get hard. I have talked to people at my school about what change they want to see, and they said that they would like to see the fence at the front of the school more secure. In addition, I'd like to propose that we have aides in classrooms so they can help students that are struggling, especially in 5th and 6th grade. Lastly, one thing I would like to share that I love the SMBSD leadership program. I suggest to keep going with the student district leaders because it's something that really works. Students will be able to work on leadership skills and share their voice.
Hello, my name is Brandon. and I go to Liberty Elementary School as a sixth grader. One special thing about me is I like playing basketball. As a student leader, I've been working with being kind to others, also talking to people at my table and working things out. At home, I help my parents clean and make food with them because I care about them and want to help them out. Some challenges that I face are people being mean or are not listening when I'm talking. One thing that we should change about my school is putting a shade in the playground because some of the kids just sit around, but when the sun is too bright, they like to move around. One thing that we should stop doing in schools is ignoring very sick kids and telling them to go back to their classroom instead of sending them home. One thing that needs to stay in school is continuing giving out fruit during recess and at lunch because it's healthy for the kids. I like to say thanks to my parents because they help me not to be mean and being kind to others. Also, I like to say thanks to my sister who taught me math and other things. That's why I'm smart. Finally, I like to thank the school board for having all these amazing things on field trips.
Hi, my name is Saray. I represent Taylor Elementary School. And one fun fact about me is I love to spend my free time with my family and friends. My family and friends make me feel happy. Feel happy. One leadership skill I'm learning is how to let others talk so I can hear their opinions. One thing I need to develop is how not to get distracted so I can also hear others' opinions. One thing that impacted me as a leader was hearing the Allen Hancock Bulldog ambassadors tell us how leaders act. I looked up to them because they showed us how to act. Um, in my opinion, my school is perfect right now. But one thing I think we should change is have a little brain break after every hour or maybe after every subject. This would help us focus better. I also think our schools could use some more swings because every day students argue over the little amount we have. Thank you for your time.
Oh, shoot. Um, Hello, my name is Shailene Colmenares. I am a sixth grader from Jimenez Elementary School. Something interesting about me is that I will be playing on Jimenez's first girls soccer team, and I also play the clarinet. Some leader Some leadership skills I'm working on as a student leader are how to be more social and patient with others and how to make them feel more included. I envision myself later on in the future helping and being a great leader to others by being kind, respectful, helpful, and being confident in making them feel comfortable, whether it's at home, on a team, in a community, or anywhere else. Some challenges I may face along the way is that I'm not a very social or talkative person when it comes to meeting new people. And that's something I'm working on as a student leader. And how I will fix that problem is to encourage myself and help and be confident in myself when interacting with new people. Something memorable I've experienced is that I get asked questions from classmates and friends on how to fix something because I'm a student leader. And I don't always have the answer, but that makes me glad that I'm their first choice. I feel that we should also continue the after school programs like robotics, Battle of the Books, and other activities. Also, the sports like soccer and track and more, because that helps us get together and make new friends and meet new people you've never talked to before. Also, students enjoy it and have fun. So I believe that's something we should definitely continue. At the moment, I believe in my opinion that there's nothing I want to stop in Jimenez. I'm not trying to say Jimenez is perfect. There are some flaws at the moment, but I don't think there's anything major we need to stop or think about. Thank you for your time, and I'm glad I got to present in front of you all.
Thank you and good night.
Wait, let's take a picture together.
Thank you, students, for doing such an amazing job. It is very rewarding to hear from our students, to know that they are learning to work together, thinking about how things can be better, and being bold enough to come and stand in front of what may look like a very formidable group of adults up here. So thank you very much. It is now time to elect our officers for the upcoming year. We don't do this by the calendar, or like by the school year. So in December, it is the time when we make that change. So at this point, I would accept a nomination for our next board president.
I'll move to have Ms. Luz Cabral as president of the board.
Second?
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to elect Ms. Cabral as our next president. All those in favor? Oh. Didn't know that.
Yes, thank you for your nomination, and I would accept the nomination for president of the board.
Do we need to do roll call? Yes, roll call, please.
Mr. Valencia,
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead,
Aye.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero.
Aye. Now we will need to elect a vice president. It is currently Ms. Cabral. Is there a motion?
I'll move to elect Mr. Lara as vice president.
And I'll second.
It has been moved by Mr. Hollinshead and seconded by Mr. Valencia to elect Mr. Lara as board vice president.
I accept the position.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Valencia,
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead,
Aye.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero.
Aye. And finally, a motion for a clerk.
I'll make the motion to elect Mr. John Hollingshead as clerk.
No second.
It has been moved and seconded. Mr. Hollinshead,
I accept.
roll call, please.
Mr. Valencia,
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead,
Aye.
Mr. Lara, Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero.
Aye. So we have a new board elected, and at this point in time, we're all going to get up and shuffle things around. So take a break.
Mrs. Hamilton, my tiger is moving.
Oh, he's gone. He needs to- Oh, here, I left. Yeah, okay. So Glenda Network, you know? Can I do that? Sorry. Aye, aye. Okay, so I don't know what happens next, but. What happens next? I got.
Motion to restart with everyone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just move on with the organizations.
Yep.
Next. Okay, good ones. All in set? Okay, harder? All right. So we move on with our regular meeting. Item 10, motion to designate secretary to the board. May I have a motion to nominate an individual for the position of secretary to the Board of Education?
I nominate Dr. McDuffie.
I'll second.
I accept.
It was moved by Mr. Hollingshead and second by Mr. Lara that the Board of Education designate Dr. Darren McDuffie as Secretary of the Board. Roll call.
Mrs. Cordero?
Aye.
Mr. Valencia?
Aye.
Mr. Hollingshead?
Aye.
Mr. Lara?
Aye.
Ms. Cabral?
Aye. Motion passes. Item 11, motion to set time and date of regular meetings and special meetings. Um, Sorry. Currently, the meetings are set for the second and fourth Wednesdays, closed session to begin at 5:15 PM, open session at 6 PM. May I have a motion to approve the time and date of regular meetings, closed session and open session start times and special meetings for the 2026 calendar year as presented?
Can I have a question? Are the months where there are two meetings aligned with specific items or for a particular reason?
Correct. We started last year with kind of a hybrid with
Yeah.
one meeting for some months and making two meetings for the others. For LCAP and budget in June,
Right.
April, May and
Yep.
June, and so forth. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
So
I'll move to approve the calendar or for meetings for 26. And I'll second.
Okay, motion's been moved by Mr. Hollingshead and second by Mr. Valencia that the Board of Education approve the time and date of regular meetings, closed session, and open session start times and special meetings for the 2026 calendar year as presented. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cordero?
Aye.
Mr. Valencia?
Aye.
Mr. Hollingshead?
Aye.
Mr. Lara?
Aye.
Ms. Cabral?
Aye. Motion passes. Easy peasy. Item 12, County Committee on School District Organization, motion to appoint representative. Current representative is Mrs. Cordero. Do I have a motion to appoint a representative to the County Committee of School District Organization?
I think Mrs. Cordero is doing a fine job. I'll nominate her to continue.
She's been doing a great job.
Actually, that's not the committee. I think we have had this dilemma in the past. I represent the district at the Santa Barbara County School Board Association meetings, which is different than the school district organization. Those positions are filled by district supervisor areas, and 2 are already representing where our district is.
I think as a point of clarification, that my recollection is that this is a position that rarely is called upon to do anything except for organize particular functions with the county. So, for example, I only got asked to do one thing one time in 1 year. So it may be that it's something that nobody contacted you last year. It's that important, and that's why you did such a good job.
That works for me.
Well, and Board Member Cordero, I'll get some clarity on that as far as this committee and how many times they meet per year, so that we can have that clarity next year.
Where was I?
So upon clarification, yeah, I move.
You moved.
And I'll second.
Mrs. Cordero, do you accept the nomination?
I will.
Thank you for your service. It was moved by Mr. Hollinshead and seconded by Mr. Lara that the Board of Education appoint Mrs. Linda Cordero as the Santa Maria Bonita School District Representative to the County Committee of School District Organization. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cordero, Mr. Valencia,
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead,
Aye.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 13, Resolution 2511, Delegation of Governing Board Powers and Duties. Dr. McDuffie.
Thank you, President Cabral. The Santa Barbara County Education Office requires new forms to be completed before the beginning of each school year. When new board members take office or other key personnel changes occur. The attached list of authorized signatures is similar to the last set of signatures sent to the county, but are specific to items of regular business conducted by the Santa Maria Bonita School District on a daily basis.
I'll move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 25-11 and approve the attached authorized signature list ending December 31, 2026 as presented.
Second?
It's been moved by Mr. Valencia and seconded by Mr. Hollinshead, that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 2511, Delegation of Governing Board Powers and Duties. Roll call.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia,
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead,
Aye.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral.
Aye. Oh, motion passes. Cool. And so then item 14, adjourn to regular board meeting, like gavel again. All right, item 15, public comment period, open session. Public comments are intended for members of the public to address the board on items involving the school district. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person and 15 minutes total per topic. If an answer to a specific question is requested, the board president may, if appropriate, direct administration to respond in writing. Do we have public comments on agenda items this evening, Dr. McDuffie?
No, yes, we do. We have public comments. We have public comments on the agenda item under our discussion item, but we also have non-agenda items. And I'd like to say, just for folks that have filled out a agenda item card, that for agenda items, there's only one topic per public, or one public comment per agenda item. So if you have an agenda item and you have 3 cards for the same agenda item, you'll have to try to incorporate that into your 3 minutes. I think there's a couple of people who may have that. So just wanted to make that clear in regards to that. Also, we can also, President Cabral, if the board desires to have non-agenda item public comments, and then we can have public comments that are on the agenda item go right after, so that if people don't want to wait until the actual action item or discussion item comes up at the end of the board meeting. That be,
So would we be okay with having non-agenda items before the
and
agenda items?
the agenda. Right.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, very good. All right, we're going to start with non-agenda items. So we have Catherine Gross. Catherine, I had your name before, right? Did I say the last name correct? Okay, very good. And I'm going to call about 3 or 4 at one time so that we can try and keep the flow going. So Catherine Gross, Judith Morris, Lisa Lyra.
Thank you. Good evening. Thanks for your time. I was here a couple months ago about an incident involving my son. On September 25th, a physical threat occurred in his classroom involving another student. The incident was consistent with what I later learned to be a pattern of escalating behavioral incidents involving the same student. Despite the seriousness of this event, I was not notified by the school or by the administration at any time. I became aware of the incident only because my child disclosed it to me after being picked up. Immediately upon learning of the threat, we contacted the school seeking confirmation and to ensure my child's safety. Once Assistant Principal April Scott learned that we had already arranged a district meeting the next morning, she requested a meeting the same morning before we met with the district. During that communication, Ms. Scott stated that she was not aware of the situation. This statement was later contradicted when she acknowledged that she had personally removed the other student from the classroom and subsequently returned to check on my child later in the day. As a parent, I am deeply concerned that a physical threat occurred in my son's classroom, and even more disturbed by the complete failure of administration to notify me after. It's even more alarming that any knowledge of the incident was initially denied and that the same administrator later acknowledged direct involvement in removing the threatening child and checking on my child, while simultaneously minimizing the incident and trying to convince me that all of this was happening because my emotions were heightened. It's 2 months later, and the facts are still the same. It's imperative that someone in charge of almost 1,000 students' safety has the personal integrity to be honest and transparent, rather than dismissive and misleading. Had my child not independently reported this incident to me, I would have remained completely unaware that my child had been exposed to a physical safety threat at school that day. This failure to notify deprived me of the opportunity to make an informed safety decision for my 6-year-old son. And it makes me wonder how many other parents are put in that situation as well. Under California Education Code, California Department of Education Student Safety Guidance, and district safety policies, schools have a clear duty to protect students from foreseeable harm, respond appropriately to escalating student behavior, and promptly notify parents when their child is involved in or exposed to a safety-related or threatening incident. The failure to notify me following a physical threat, combined with contradictory statements by an administrator regarding her awareness and involvement, constitutes negligence and serious breach of trust. It also raises concerns regarding the failure to follow mandated safety and notification protocols, inadequate responses to escalating behavioral risks, and puts countless families at risk of their children being exposed to potentially harmful situations without appropriate parental disclosure. I was just coming here tonight to let you know that I am filing a formal complaint tomorrow with the office, and I left you a copy of this. So there are 5 things that I'm requesting back from the district because it has been over 2 months and my son is still home from school. Thank you.
And just go ahead and restate your name.
My name is Judith Morris. Good evening, superintendent, board members, wonderful people that live in Santa Maria, and especially my people right here. Thank you. I love the people I work with. Okay, here we go. I am here because I believe Santa Maria Bonita School District should reinstate clear standards for participation in 8th grade promotion, also known as graduation. Promotion is more than a ceremony. It represents readiness for the next stage of a student's education. High school success does not begin in 9th grade, it begins in elementary school. When we set strong expectations early, students build habits, confidence, and resilience that they need long before they step onto a high school campus. Our students deserve a system where every year builds intentionally towards the next. That requires strong articulation within our own school district between elementary and middle schools and strong alignment with Santa Maria Joint Union High School. Right now, too many students experience that transition as a sudden jump rather than a natural progression. Reinstating promotion standards is one important step towards creating that continuity. Standards communicate to students and families that, sorry, I've been talking all day, that academic effort, attendance, and behavior matter. They help reinforce the message that middle school is not just a holding place. It is preparation for high school, where expectations are higher and where the consequences of falling behind are much more serious. But this is not about excluding students. It's about supporting them earlier and more effectively. When expectations are clear, schools can identify struggling students sooner. We can offer interventions, summer support, counseling, tutoring, whatever is needed to ensure that every student has the opportunity to succeed. Equity is not lowering expectations. Equity is helping all students rise to meet them. We also need stronger alignment with the high school district so our students know exactly what will be expected of them when they arrive. When standards for promotion reflect the skills and habits required for high school success, we set our kids up for a smoother transition, a stronger 9th grade year, ultimately a better chance of graduating. Reinstating standards for 8th grade promotion is not about a ceremony, it's about a system where preparation starts early, expectations are consistent, and no child is surprised by what comes next. Our students deserve a coherent, supportive pathway from kindergarten all the way through high school. Let's rebuild that pathway together, starting with clear standards that honor this importance of the milestone of promotion, or what we used to call graduation. Thank you so much.
So we have Gail, if you can get in line, Gail McNeely, Alicia Sage, and Jennifer Danowitz.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Lira, and I'm a 7th grade ELA and ELD teacher at Ariana's Junior High. I'm here tonight to speak to you as a concerned educator regarding the widening gap in trust between the district office and its teachers, a gap that persists despite the good intentions behind Project Unity. While this initiative was designed to rebuild collaboration and trust, many teachers feel that the underlying causes of the disconnect have yet to be meaningfully addressed. One core issue contributing to low morale and consequently to lower student outcomes is the perception that teachers are being held solely responsible for declining test scores. However, the reality is far more complex. Over the past few years, increased micromanagement, restrictive pacing guides, and the removal and denial of supplemental instructional supports such as iExcel, Vocabulary, and Quizlet has significantly affected our ability to meet student needs. These resources once provided provided differentiation and engagement opportunities that our students found motivating and accessible. Moreover, reduced teacher autonomy has limited teacher flexibility necessary to adjust instruction to the needs of diverse learners. Teachers are professionals who understand their students, their community, and the daily challenges of the classroom. Yet decisions that profoundly impact instructions are being made by individuals who have not been in the classroom for decades and may no longer have a clear understanding of today's educational realities. Additionally, student behavior and apathy, factors that have grown increasingly pronounced in recent years, play a substantial role in learning outcomes. When these realities are not adequately understood and considered in district level planning, it leads to pointless and fruitless PLCs, PDs, and other ineffective uses of teacher time and the further erosion of trust between teachers and the district. I urge the board to re-examine the current approach to teacher oversight and consider meaningful collaboration with classroom educators. Restoring trust requires genuine dialogue, respect for teacher expertise, and policies that empower educators rather than constrain them. If Project Unity is to fulfill its name, it must move beyond slogans and focus on rebuilding mutual respect through shared decision-making, open communication, and a renewed belief in teachers as partners in student success. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gail McNeely. I'm a local performer, writer, and theater instructor. I've taught at PCPA, local colleges, universities, our high schools, our junior high schools, and our elementary schools. So I have a bit of background in theater in schools. I'm here tonight. Oh, and also I want to tell you that I founded a wonderful program you may know, Youth Arts Alive. We provided over 1,000 children with free arts education for 10 summers here in Santa Maria for free. We raise the money and we provide the classes all summer long, and there's performance at the end. We're celebrating our 10th year, and I hope you'll be at our show. We would have had our arts advocacy team, our students here tonight, but I heard how busy the meeting was going to be. And so we decided, no, we won't do that tonight. They sent me as the spokesperson, so there'd be just one speech and not a whole group of speeches. And so why I'm here tonight, we need theater classes in the junior high schools. Because of the hard work of you, the superintendent and the board, and Lori Grock and Kurt Payne, we now have that in the grade schools. Our group, Youth Arts Alive, advocated for 2 years with Santa Maria High School to get them to add theater classes to their curriculum. It had been missing for 10 years, and we won that. The board of their voted for it, and the principal. We worked hand in hand with the principal to make that happen. Now, there is a gap between grade school and high school. There are some drama clubs, but without steady theater instruction throughout the year, you're not going to get the same results at all. It feels like a gap. People will not be prepared to go to great high schools where they have theater programs. So that's what we're advocating for. The board can help, one, by ensuring that there is the money. Two, by supporting the principals and adding this to their curriculum. I'm suggesting 1 or 2 sections. I know I talked to Genevieve Beard tonight, and she thought it's a great idea. I've talked to the drama club people who are working very hard to do whatever they can after school. Wonderful idea, they said. So that's what I'm here for, to encourage you to do that. The school board has the power, and the school board has the knowledge, and I'm asking you to work with the principals. This should happen, I hope, next year. Beginning next year, there should be, because it hasn't been for many years. COVID did a terrible thing, and theater classes went away. So we can bring them back with the will. And Youth Arts Alive, as a strong arts organization, is here to help you to achieve that end. Thank you for your time.
Hello. I am Dr. Sage and I teach 8th grade at El Camino. I demand funding advocacy, not employee restructuring. The state fails education by prescribing an outdated test and mandating an inadequate time limit for newcomer resources. The district responds by shifting curriculum to appease test outcomes, dropping unprepared students in general ed classes, and changing or eliminating innovative positions. Although the California standardized test systems and interface update annually, the content only became shorter in length since 2015. Like a house flipper painting over foundational cracks, not updating content ignores inherent deficits of standardization and after COVID. Similarly, the Brighter Futures Initiative builds an idealistic bridge over the vast equity gap, yet leads to the same old dry dirt of teaching to an intrinsically inequitable test. For example, expecting the growing population of Indigenous Mexican students to pass a language-heavy test without adequate resources shows intense misunderstanding of our demographics. California law mandates multilingual learners receive only 1 year of newcomer services. Mixteco is a predominantly oral language, so they often cannot read or communicate in Spanish or English. After a year, they enter general ed classes, lacking language fluency. My Mixteco students try to participate daily, but give up in frustration. For those students, our coaches and RTI teacher help immensely with strategies and advice. When faced with poor test scores, the state of California's Department of Education itself admitted that funding these positions helped several once failing districts, such as the Los Angeles and Compton Unified School Districts, improve by 3 to 8 points. To combat statewide illiteracy, coach and RTI positions are also recommended. Yet, we focus on CASP scores when our students cannot read. Ultimately, by allowing the state to hold our students down with inequitable assessments and inadequate newcomer programs, we dim brighter futures. By getting rid of or significantly changing coach and RTI positions, we turn those future lights out. Keep the lights on. Demand California change for our students instead of wasting money on rebranding or teaching to the test initiatives. In short, do better. Thank you.
Okay. So I have Addison Sage, Jonathan Patterson, Mario Mendoza. We'll start there.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent McDuffie, cabinet, and members of our community. My name is Jennifer Danowitz. I am the instructional coach at Arianas Junior High and the support services director for SMEA's executive board. Tonight, I want to speak about unity and what it truly means to build a unified system. Over the last year, coaches and RTI have been asked what is working and what supports are needed for the roles that we play. Throughout these conversations, there was never any indication that the roles many of us have dedicated years to would be eliminated or fundamentally altered, not once. The way the restructuring was handled does not reflect unity, belonging, value, or respect for the people doing the work. We could and should have been included, but instead we were blindsided right before Thanksgiving break. The real impact of that blindside is not just on those doing the work, but on all the teachers across the district. The announcement created uncertainty about assignments and people's sense of professional identity. Uncertainty erodes trust, and trust is the foundation of unity. When trust breaks for one group, it ripples through the entire district. A unified community cannot grow when people are surprised by decisions that reshape their work. Belonging cannot flourish when individuals are worried about their future. And collaboration cannot thrive when those closest to the work are invited in only after decisions have been suggested and made and moved forward on. There were so many opportunities to help shape the direction, troubleshoot challenges, and build something stronger together from the start and have unity. Instead, we're left responding to a plan. This is not the flat system, Dr. McDuffie, that you have spoken of over and stood in front of all of your certificated members and preached on the first day of our contract. This does not uphold the values of this district, that every person belongs, has a voice, and can contribute, that honesty and integrity build trust, and that a unified community builds hope and faith. Mind you, this is not about resisting change. It is exactly the opposite. Educators want systems for students, more effective support, and structures that help our schools thrive. But meaningful change can only succeed when the people doing the work are involved from the beginning. If we truly believe in unity, then we must act like it from the very start, not after harm is done. What is happening now can never happen again to the people in the current positions that are being restructured or any of the other hardworking professionals in this district, both classified and certificated. Please, we can build better systems. We can create real unity in this district and walk the talk that we are saying, but we have to do it together. Thank you.
Good evening to all here today. My goal with my time is now not to accuse anyone or place blame or to point out flaws and weaknesses in our district's plans. My goal is to highlight the importance of our instructional coaches, ELD coaches, and RTI teachers at our school sites, and to remind everyone present of the undeniable impact that they have. Educational coaches have so many roles that for me to list them all would be impossible in these 3 minutes. Let me summarize it as this. Our coaches make teaching in 2025 possible. They smooth the jagged edges of the classroom through collaborating, advocating for teachers, and problem solving. When our staff meetings are full of complaints, they're the first ones to offer solutions. When a situation seems impossible, they find a way to make it possible. Just last year, Ariana selected an instructional coach as our Teacher of the Year. You just heard her speak. Many other schools in the district did the same, and this speaks to the level of esteem that we all have for them. The classrooms they collaborate with have time and time again shown the most improvement on CASP and NWEA tests, the metric we often point to for a measure of effectiveness. If you like data, here is some for you. In my 6th period last school year, I had a number of challenging students who had not met growth goals in previous years. Jennifer Danowitz, the person you just saw speak, came into the classroom as an instructional coach in late 2024 to help. And on the winter reading NWEA, we had 195% of projected growth met. That is not a typo, 195%. We nearly doubled the expected growth projections. However, recently, the role that these valuable coaches will play in the future has been brought into question due to the shift from ELD coach to academic support teacher. Many fear that they may not retain their positions or their current sites. Many have no idea what their job will even look like this time next year. They had been left out of discussions about their role before the changes were announced, to the point where it might appear disrespectful. We must ensure that they are respected by having transparency and flexibility in their future role. We must remember that people like Carol Blizzard, Nina King, and Kristen Patterson are the last and most effective safety net for our most vulnerable students. We must ensure that these valuable members of our district continue their work in their school communities they have built up over the years. Please remember and respect them. Thank you.
Oh, uh, it's a public, it's a public comment from Jonathan. You're reading for Jonathan, that's fine. Jonathan. Bank, you're ready.
Okay, there we go.
Please state your name.
My name is Kristen Patterson, and I'm reading for my husband, Jonathan Patterson, who is a special ed teacher at Arianas Junior High. Tonight, I am speaking out in concern or out of concern for our junior high students, especially those with the greatest academic needs. I want to talk about the district's current approach to inclusion in English and math at the junior high. Inclusion, when done well, can be transformative. Co-taught classes can provide supportive, collaborative environments where scaffolds help students access grade-level content. Many of us believe in the promise of inclusive education, but inclusion can only be successful when students have the foundational literacy and numeracy skills needed to benefit from grade-level instruction in the first place. By removing most skills-based English and math classes, we have effectively removed support for the students who need it the most. Many of our students with IEPs are now sitting in classes they simply cannot access. They are expected to keep up with grade-level curriculum, even though they are working to master basic decoding, reading comprehension, writing, number sense, and computation. A co-teaching model, no matter how strong, cannot replace explicit, targeted intervention in foundational skills. It cannot fill learning gaps that have accumulated over the years. Adding to this concern, there have been rumors that all skills-based classes may be removed for students with IEPs in the 26-27 school year. This possibility raises serious questions about how we, as a district, plan to meet the needs of our most vulnerable learners and how we will prevent outcomes that could have lifelong consequences. These decisions must be made based on the needs of the students. Junior high is a critical window to build essential reading and math skills before students enter high school. Without direct intervention now, many will face required courses they cannot pass, leading to frustration, disengagement, and in far too many cases, dropping out before earning a diploma. When we eliminate access to skills-based instruction, we are not promoting inclusion. We are unintentionally widening the achievement gap. True inclusion means giving every student what they need to succeed, not placing all students in the same room and hoping support will be enough. I urge the board to consider that these skills-based English and math classes are not removed and to encourage the district to demand to bargain with SMEA to create an alternative support model that supports foundational literacy and numeracy instruction alongside inclusion. Our most vulnerable students deserve more than placement. They deserve an opportunity to learn. Thank you for your time and your commitment to serving all students.
And before you begin, Misty Epperson up next, and I was speaking of the three and one here. Also after Misty, Sheila Gianani, okay, Jim Gianni. Brandy Ferguson. Same Brandy with the, okay. All right, and we'll stop.
Good evening. My name is Mario Mendoza, and I'm a teacher of students with moderate to severe disabilities at Liberty Elementary School. I'm here today to express my disappointment and concern about the status of our special education instructional assistant situation. Since the adoption of using staffing agencies to provide support to students with the most needs, the system has been failing. As a special education teacher, I am only as good as the staff I am provided. And currently, we are nowhere near our potential and have not been for the past 4 years. In my first 13 years of teaching, I maybe had 10 different instructional assistants. The IAs came with experience and training and had an understanding of their jobs and expectations. Since the adoption of the agency IAs, I have probably seen over 70 different people come and go through my classroom door, each with their own set of baggage. 7-0. Some have fallen asleep in class. Several have been reminded of how long scheduled breaks and lunches are. And some have been let go for bringing drugs on campus. Also, most importantly, most show up to the position with little to no experience or training, and I, like most teachers, am not allowed the time with my staff to train them properly. Many agency IAs require simple daily instructions about following a schedule and remembering the goals and expectations that were given to them at the beginning of the day. It is exhausting how many agency IAs have to be reminded about how to do their job, even after being on the job at least 4 weeks. Also understand that because the turnover rate is so high, special education teachers are often training someone new on a weekly basis, but sometimes daily. And I use the word training loosely. Agency instructional assistants bring other issues as well. As teachers, we are asking strangers to take students into the restroom and assist them as needed. This could be anything from making sure students are washing their hands to actually changing diapers. There are many days where a complete stranger is going into the restroom to assist the student. Interviews used to be held to hire people for certain positions. The interview process allowed an administrator or a panel to vet a person and see if they were fit for the job they were applying for. Now it seems the only qualifications to be an instructional assistant is to have air in their lungs and a pulse. Interviews are being held over the phone, where information is exchanged and the person is told to report to a site. That's it. I'm old enough to understand that the answer to most questions is money. Why are we using staffing agencies? Because it saves money. But if the district is more concerned about saving money by using outside agencies to fulfill positions rather than hire staff, train them properly, and hold them accountable for their work, what are we really telling our community? That saving money is more important than quality people working with our students? For the last 4 years, the district has been providing the students with the most needs, the people with the least experience and qualifications. As a special education teacher, I am nothing without a quality staff, and I'm tired of feeling that way. Thank you.
Good evening. I wanted to clarify that I have one non-agenda comment and one agenda comment, if that's okay with the board.
If you have a non-agenda topic, that's fine.
Excellent. That's
Yes.
the one I'm going to do first, if that's okay.
Yes.
All right. Good evening. I'm Misty Epperson, the RTI teacher at Adam Elementary School. I want to share a narrative that emerges directly from the Adam Elementary classroom teachers, because responses paint a clear picture of where support is truly needed and what teachers believe will help students the most. When asked whether they need more support in designated ELD, the majority said yes. Designated ELD support is valued by many, though not universally needed. What teachers emphasized even more consistently was the need for foundational literacy skills, small group instruction, and meaningful Tier 2 intervention. Several noted that with large classes and no aides, reaching every student effectively has become increasingly difficult. Teachers also described deep concerns about Tier 3. Across grade levels, they reported that students who are not receiving Tier 3 support are falling further behind, and that the achievement gaps grow each year without intensive intervention. One upper grade teacher described the challenge of teaching a Tier 3 student sounding out k, a, t beside grade level peers. Another shared that doing Tier 2 and Tier 3 in the classroom requires double planning, one plan for the intervention group and another for the rest of the class. Teachers agree, Tier 2 happens in the classroom, but Tier 3 must remain intensive, protected, and separate. Several teachers raised concerns about adding more adults into rooms already supporting inclusion students, BIAs, and one-on-one aides. For them, a heavy push-in model could create more disruption than support. Others noted their inclusion and younger students are still adjusting, and switching classes for Walk to Learn or ELD would be destabilizing. Other teachers strongly supported the Walk to Learn, saying it could work well for ELD, but only if it's all hands on deck. They described it as beneficial when everyone participates, groups stay small, and grade levels communicate clearly. Without unified participation, they worry the model cannot be effective. One teacher captured the tension perfectly. We need to support all struggling students, not just the lowest 5%. That reflects the overarching theme in the data. Teachers want structured literacy supports. They want Tier 2 strengthened without weakening Tier 3. They want fewer transitions, not more. They want support that is targeted, not diffuse. What the data shows is that a transition role or transitions that could meet many of these needs can happen under the right conditions. Its success depends on who is hired, how responsibilities are defined, how Tier 2 and Tier 3 are protected and differentiated, how inclusion needs and class sizes are considered, and whether the roles are supported with clear structures, strong collaboration, and realistic workloads. Teachers are asking for support that is specific, consistent, and aligned to literacy needs, not a role stretched across too many functions. Ultimately, the potential of academic changes will depend not on titles, but on how intentionally and thoughtfully roles are designed, staffed, and protected. Thank you. And then I have one copy of the survey results, just so you know where I got the information from.
Good evening. I'll let her hand up first. My name is Sheila Gimignani, and I am the RTI teacher at Oakley. I'm here tonight to express a serious concern about a component of the academic support teacher plan, the reduction of Tier 3 intervention, in order to serve a larger number of students. This change represents a major shift away from the MTSS framework. In MTSS, Tier 3 is not an extra or optional layer. It is the highest level of support reserved for our most significantly at-risk students who need daily, explicit, systematic, and multisensory instruction in very small groups in order to make progress. Tier 3 is also the main mechanism we use to determine which students may need special education services. If Tier 3 is removed or decreased, we are not just lowering support, we are weakening the system we use to find and help the students with the most significant needs. A few key research findings. MTSS requires a tiered continuum of supports with increasing intensity. Fletcher et al., 2007. Serving more students with less intensity often leads to more students falling behind, not fewer. Wanzek et al., 2010. Struggling readers require a specific dosage of instruction, consistent daily sessions, targeted small groups, and ample practice opportunities. National Reading Panel, 2000. Students who do not respond to Tier 2 supports demonstrate measurable progress only when provided with highly individualized Tier 3 instruction. Denton et al., 2013. Tier 3 data is critical for demonstrating a student's response or lack of response to intensive intervention, which is required for LD identification. Fletcher et al., 2007. Without Tier 3, schools risk under-identifying students who need special education or delaying services to them. Al Otaiba and Fuchs, 2002. The district's AST model must preserve Tier 3 intervention if we are to meet the requirements of our most vulnerable learners. I support the district's desire to improve outcomes for English learners, but we cannot improve one system by dismantling another, which is essential to our highest need learners and for appropriate special education referrals. I respectfully ask the board to pause implementation of any plan that undermines Tier 3 intervention. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to equity and student success.
So before you get started, Victoria Gibson, is this just an audio or is she? It's just an audio. Okay, so I'm gonna hold on to that, Brian. Then we have Amy Burns, Martha Rodriguez, Kristen Lohr, and Judy Montoya.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Brandy Ferguson. I have proudly served as an RTI teacher and first grade teacher at Miller Elementary. With a strong background in literacy, including a master's in the science of reading and a reading specialist credential, I am here to advocate for our students. I want to address a major concern about the academic support teacher position. Although the job description does not specify this, we've been explicitly told that most or all AST roles will be itinerant. This approach is a disservice to both staff and students. Please view Table 1, which was our school-wide data immediately following the COVID shutdown. Now please view Table 2, which lays out our 5-year literacy journey. Table 3, with implementation across all 3 tiers. This is what my site was able to accomplish. I'm proud of our staff and students. Our growth is a result of consistent, dedicated staff collaboration, something that the AST job description states frequently and is trying to achieve. Yet true collaboration requires trust and ongoing communication. How can we foster successful collaboration if key team members are moved after each year or even mid-year? How can we maintain collective efficacy, stay invested, and remain committed to a 5-year plan if we are relocated just as we start to gain momentum? Real growth takes time. I agree with my RTI colleagues. We need to pause the AST implementation, removing effective RTI positions that provide explicit, systematic, and multisensory instruction in Tier 3, and adding barriers to building long-lasting relationships will be detrimental to our progress. Let us continue to develop a strong sense of pride, school pride, and community while maintaining the most essential tier of the MTSS system. John Hattie's visible learning shows that strong teacher-student relationships have a powerful impact with an effect size of 0.72 versus the typical 1 year's growth of just 0.4. Hattie emphasizes the teacher's role in developing these relationships as crucial for success. When students know and trust their teachers, motivation and achievement rise. Why remove this opportunity from our 43 ELD coaches and RTI teachers and the students that they serve? Board members, I urge you to pause the AST rollout. Not only does it lack focus and clarity, but our students deserve continuity and stability. Let us remain at our sites long term so we can continue building these relationships. Challenge the district to provide alternatives for increasing language development, such as adopting a strong, evidence-based ELD curriculum. Ask our ELD coaches how often they were pulled from their supportive role and small groups in order to provide coverage for classes with unfilled vacancies. It's around 30%. These are the kinds of questions you should be asking our district administration. Remember, we cannot improve one system by dismantling another that is essential for our highest need learners. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Dr. McDuffie, board members, and cabinet members. My name is Amy Burns. I'm the response to intervention teacher or RTI teacher at Bonita Elementary. I am here to ask the board to pause before approving the academic support teacher position. This is not a simple systematic change. It removes essential Tier 3 reading intervention. It dismantles instructional capacity our district already has built. SMBSD services more than 17,000 students. Last year, only 24.8% of those students actually passed the CASP ELA statement test in reading. That shows that we have a significant reading gap, right? So if we're doing that, this is not the time to reduce significant support to our most struggling readers. Strengthening Tier 1 and Tier 2 is absolutely necessary, absolutely. But eliminating Tier 3 during a literacy crisis will widen gaps. It's not going to close them. Research on literacy intervention is clear. Students who do not respond to Tier 1 in the classroom and Tier 2 in small groups require structured, intensive intervention to become proficient readers. When Tier 3 is removed, these students lose the only remaining pathways to close persistent gaps. In a district where we have over 52% of our students that are multilingual learners, robust, intensive reading support is not optional. Eliminating Tier 3 directly harms the students who rely on targeted instruction. Eliminating Tier 3 contradicts our district's commitments to equity, inclusion, opportunity, and access. Our district already has trained Tier 3 RTI teachers. Under the current description, we support all students. The challenge has not been Tier 3. It has been the absence of coherent oversight. Without strong teaching and learning leadership, no intervention system can actually function with consistency. The solution is not to dismantle Tier 3 itself, but to strengthen it with measurable goals, to give it to both teachers and to leadership. So I'm respectfully asking you to instead pause the AST position. Please conduct a transparent, evidence-based review. If the district wants more, we must define what more looks like. What are the outcomes? What are the timelines? Who's responsible for what? We should strengthen and continue to build, not dismantle what we already have, what already works. We can focus on how to best support all tiers, not just a few. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, board members and Dr. McDuffie. My name is Marta Rodriguez and soon-to-be former ELD coach at Sanchez Elementary. I am here to express 3 concerns. First, I am highly disappointed in the manner in which I found out that my position was being dissolved. On Friday, November 21st, I was invited at 7:25 a.m. to a Zoom meeting that was at 10 a.m. I was then spoken to for about 15 minutes and then left hanging with many unanswered questions. I appreciate the apology given a week later, but the damage had already been done. Second, the changes made to the job descriptions were not made overnight. Why was this done behind closed doors without any input? It feels like a slap in the face. A committee was formed to help with the new district logo. If I recall correctly, it took at least a year for the new design. Yesterday, I received an invitation to a Zoom meeting in regards to the new school being built. The school will not open for another 2 years. Meanwhile, 3 job descriptions were dissolved overnight without bringing in those being affected to the table. So much for we all have a voice, belong, and contribute. Currently, an effort is being made to bring us to the table, and that is appreciated, but it feels like an afterthought. I understand that changes may need to be made, but show us the data and research that supports these changes. I feel that the following questions have not been answered. Where is the data that supports the change in job descriptions? We want to see the numbers. Where is the research that supports the elimination of Tier 3? Where is the research to justify no longer following the MTSS process? Finally, I would like to see examples of the new model being implemented. What districts and schools have been successful with the elimination of Tier 3? Why are we rushing to make the changes instead of slowing down and perhaps starting with a cluster at a time? As elected officials, I urge you to ask questions before approving what is being brought to you. Is there a clear path to implementation? Where is the data to support the changes? Name the research that supports the elimination of Tier 3 and the MTSS process. I don't have a problem with the changes of job description. It seems like a trend every couple of years. The problem is how it is being done. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, President Cabral. Congratulations, Cabral, excuse me, board members, Superintendent McDuffie, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Kristen Lohr. I am the SMEA president, and I'm a proud 30-year employee of the Santa Maria Bonita School District, plus a few more for subbing. I've been a formal third grade, first, second, and fifth grade teacher. I've been a TOSA, serving students from grades 3 to 6, an intervention teacher for grades 2 to 6, and it just hurts my heart to hear the amazing work that these folks do every day, and I have a little touch of each one of their jobs in my heart, and to hear the passion and the energy of how this can be done so much better is really urges my ability to be able to appear today and reinforce what they say. So one of the things I want to speak directly and clearly tonight about is about the district's announcement of the 2 new job descriptions that is in the board packet and the implementation of this new system, which we were introduced to as Director Danowitz and others have illustrated this evening. This has all been done without any pre-consultation directly related to this announcement with teachers or their key stakeholders. This is not a small oversight. It's a significant departure from both legal expectations and our district's own stated beliefs. So I'm going to refer today to California Education Code 60002. It requires, quote, a substantial teacher involvement in decisions that affect instruction. But even more importantly, Santa Maria Bonita School District's beliefs make the responsibility just unmistakable. We believe all people belong, have a voice, and contribute. We believe honesty and integrity build trust, and Jen talked about that. We believe equity is essential for all persons to thrive. We've heard that through special ed and the impact to Tier 3 instruction. We believe a unified community inspires hope and faith. When major decisions move forward without the voices of the very people who will be carrying them out, we're not living these beliefs. We're contradicting them. Asking for a first aid kit check after the earthquake damage is a little bit too late. We appreciate the efforts made to include thoughts and ideas, and all year long, yet this time we fell short. Educators, classified members, families, and students deserve a seat at the table, not an afterthought or after-the-fact announcement. Consultation is not really a courtesy. It's a requirement for trust, transparency, and legally sound governance. A transparent grassroots consultation process is how we honor our commitments and our communities. And I would want to be clear that members, students, and families will greatly benefit, as we have heard this evening, when the decisions are made with genuine input, not behind closed doors. For these reasons, I strongly urge the board to pause the rollout of the new system, remove the first read from the board agenda of the next two new job descriptions until full documented inclusive consultation process is completed. This is how we uphold our legal obligations, protect our integrity, and stay true to the values we stand for. I also want to recommend that, like rising out of the phoenix that drama and theater could do for junior high students, we could rise something similar to a central organizational team, a COT, and this can be a simple thing that's implemented with all sides and all voices, and we could prevent this from happening in the future. And thank you for your time.
So we have Christian Patterson, Mercedes Barraza. Did I say that correct? Rosemary Lopez.
Good evening, board members and Dr. McDuffie. My name is Judy Montoya, and I'm a third grade teacher at Sanchez School. I am here to speak to you today about the proposed changes to the job description of site coaches. It's upsetting to know that important decisions like these are being made without input from those of us who directly benefit from the work of our site coaches and intervention teachers. If classroom teachers would have been asked, I'm pretty certain that most would agree that they are one of the most important lifelines in teaching at the moment. I don't know how things work at other schools, but at Sanchez, we are all a team, and it takes all members of a team working together to help our students succeed. And yes, I mean our students, because they're not just mine. It takes the work of not only the classroom teachers, but also our BIAs, our instructional coaches, our intervention teachers, and many others to help our students reach their full potential. We have been doing so many good things at Sanchez School, and a lot of that work is thanks to our coaches and intervention team. I'm sure you've heard it said often that teaching has gotten more difficult, and many of us are feeling overwhelmed as the demands of our job keep getting piled on. I'm going to be honest, I have always loved working with the students and can't see myself doing anything else, but there are moments when I consider looking for other options. Having the instructional coaches and intervention teachers is one of the things that eased our workload a bit. I don't understand why, at a time when teachers are feeling overwhelmed, these changes are being made. Our coaches and intervention teacher already have so much on their plates that I can't imagine those 3 positions being condensed into 2. Another issue that I have is how this information was given to our site coaches and intervention teacher. They were notified right before Thanksgiving break and without the opportunity to ask questions. How is that showing respect to some of our most hardworking staff? How do we as a district send teachers off on a much-deserved break with such a shock and so many uncertainties? I can only imagine how unappreciated that made some of them feel. I hope that as a district, we can start doing better at communicating and allowing all voices to be heard before making such important decisions. I would like to end this evening by addressing my colleagues who are currently working as site coaches and intervention teachers, especially to ours at Sanchez School, Martha Rodriguez, Kate Mitchell, and Julie Weaver. Please know that for those of us who truly feel the impact of the work that you've done, your work has made a huge positive difference, and that the restructuring of those positions will be felt by all of us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristen Patterson. I'm the RTI teacher at Arianas Junior High. This time my comment's my own. Good evening, board and cabinet members. I am speaking tonight on behalf of the many educators who shared their responses to the decision to share changes for next school year announced in brief Zoom meetings on Friday, November 21st, right before Thanksgiving break, a time when educators were exhausted from the work of the first trimester and looking forward to a much needed pause. The timing and delivery of this announcement were described by staff as dehumanizing and destabilizing. Many learned that their jobs, roles they had expertise in and shaped around student needs, were being modified without warning. The impact extended far beyond those directly affected, reaching classroom teachers across multiple grade levels and subject areas, special educators, and other certificated staff integral to the Santa Maria educational community. Many have expressed dismay that this process unfolded without collaboration, transparency, or respect for the human beings whose lives and work will be altered. Educators are also concerned about the loss of services coaches and RTI staff currently provide. SMBSD has many deeply committed educators who want to help strengthen services for students. We want to build better systems and improve outcomes. But that Friday, we experienced decisions made about us, without us, a process that stand in sharp contrast to the district's stated beliefs. We cannot say each person has value and deserves respect when the way these changes were communicated made many feel disregarded and unseen. We cannot say that all people belong, have a voice, and can contribute when the most affected were not invited into the conversation prior to that announcement. We cannot say that honesty and integrity build trust when the decisions of this magnitude come without opportunities for dialogue beforehand. We cannot say that equity is essential for all to thrive when changes remove student support for our most vulnerable students, especially when those supports are working and what is needed is added capacity and system improvements to strengthen outcomes. If we truly believe that a unified community inspires hope and faith, then we must recognize that unity depends on partnership and trust. We cannot move forward as a unified community when those teaching students are excluded from shaping it. Educators are not resisting change. We are asking for dignity, clarity, and involvement. We are asking to be treated as the partners SMBSD's own beliefs state we are. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and all in attendance. I do have copies because I had a lot to say and I knew I had to condense it. So I have to speak kind of fast. Would you like copies to follow along? Yes?
I'd also like to remind you that if you can speak slower because they're translating back there. Oh, okay. I have to warp through it.
What's her name?
Mercedes Barraza. Thank you. Yes. You appreciate it.
All right, good evening. Again, my name is Mercedes Barraza. I have had the honor of serving Alvin Elementary as a teacher for the past 8 years. As a literacy leader and advocate for mi gente, I'm here to respectfully urge you not to approve the proposal to merge the ELD coach and RTI teachers roles into a single academic support teacher position. While I understand the district's desire to strengthen services, this shift raises serious concerns. First, the proposed job description mentions collaboration repeatedly, yet when I asked Ms. Katie Salcido when the collaboration would realistically occur given our schedules, I was told the site will have to figure that out within the master schedule. Realistically, this would mean pulling teachers from instruction and relying on guest teachers, creating inconsistency for students and undermining the collaboration the proposal seeks to improve. Second, our current ELD coaches are already being pulled to substitute far too often. Last year, my site admin reported to parents that our ELD coach spent approximately 30% of the year substituting, despite an agreement to limit this practice. Our newcomers and English learners deserve consistent, specialized support, not more instability. Third, this proposal effectively removes dedicated intervention support. The MTSS framework, which the district cites, requires all 3 tiers of support. Removing Tier 3 intervention means our most vulnerable students will go without essential research-based support. Ms. Salcido stated that they are not getting rid of intervention, but rather wanting to include more students into groups. However, best practice is clear. Tier 3 groups should include no more than 3 students. This model works and has been vetted in years of research. Picking a quantity over quality model is not what our students deserve. The district's broader concern is slow LPAC reclassification, and that concern is valid. But the solution lies in ensuring access to a comprehensive, culturally responsive ELD curriculum, not in eliminating intervention or consolidating positions. I appreciate the work Ms. Tammy Castillo-Schiffer and her team are doing to develop designated ELD guidance. For that work to succeed, teachers need an on-site ELD coach available for support. Finally, when RTI teachers asked Ms. Salcido for evidence that such a role consolidation has produced positive results elsewhere, she was unable to provide any. In contrast, MTSS has abundant evidence supporting dedicated tiers and clearly defined roles. If the district truly has funding for all 43 positions affected, there is no need to rush into a structural change that lacks evidence and an implementation plan. Because of these concerns, I respectfully ask the board not to approve this consolidation. Instead, let us protect the supports we already have, strengthen Tier 1 instruction through high-quality curriculum and training, and build on the proven structure of our MTSS framework. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your ongoing commitment to our students and families.
Good evening. My name is Rosemary Lopez, and I am, at least for the remainder of this school year, the ELD coach at Fessler Junior High School. I'm here tonight to speak to the creation of 2 new positions, those of site coach and academic support teacher. The creation of these 2 positions goes hand in hand with the dissolution of 3 certificated staff positions, instructional coach, ELD coach, and response to intervention teacher. As you have heard from some of my other colleagues this evening, those of us who have served the district in these positions have done so with dedication and passion toward the goal of improving student outcomes. You may have also heard how this process of dissolving our positions and the rolling out of replacement positions has made us feel devalued and disrespected, and how opportunities to contribute feedback were unequally doled out to certain sites in the district. What you will not hear, however, either during public comment or on any items further down the agenda, is why. Why have our current positions been deemed ineffective? No data has been provided to show how our current positions have impacted student learning, nor are there any metrics in existence that could have been used to create goals which might have increased the productivity and effectiveness of current positions. Why the shift to this expanded Tier 2 model at the expense of Tier 3 intervention? The claim is that research on MTSS/RTI finds that well-implemented Tier 2 target group interventions produces measurable gains for students in reading and other academic areas. But again, none of these sources of research have been made available to allow us to either confirm or refute that claim. Why was this process done in such a furtive and rushed manner? Rather than soliciting feedback on the new job descriptions from coaches and RTI after the announcement of our jobs disappearing, why were we not approached during the process of creating these positions? And finally, why, in a district in which 80% of students either currently are or were at one point English learners, are we eliminating the one site-based position that specializes in supporting ELs? If improving the outcomes for English learners is the goal, or even one of the goals, spreading the responsibility of ensuring that these students receive appropriate academic support over two bloated positions is not going to get us there. Our English learners deserve more. Thank you.
Here we have two comments. We have an audio, and then we have comments from Sarah Hebert or Herbert, teacher at El Camino, and there was a problem with the recording. And so I'm going to read those comments just to reflect the record that she did have public comments. Again, this is Sarah Herbert or Hebert, teacher at El Camino Junior High. Dear SMBSD board members and cabinet members, my name is Sarah Herbert Hebert. Is that correct? Hebert, thank you. And I teach 8th grade English language arts at El Camino Junior High School, where I've had the privilege of teaching for the past 20 years. I cannot be here in person tonight because I am attending my daughter's FFA Awards banquet, but I would like to speak on behalf of our fantastic coaches and RTI teachers, not only at my site, but across the district as well. The work they do for our students and staff is invaluable, and I am greatly concerned by the recent decision of the Teaching and Learning Department to unilaterally disband and restructure these positions mid-year. Particularly alarming to me is the elimination of the RTI teacher position, and with that, the small intervention groups that these teachers provide for our most needy and struggling Tier 3 students. In 8th grade English language arts classes this year, I have students who are reading above grade level and can write a 5-page or longer narrative story, and I have students who cannot read or write a complete sentence either in English or in Spanish in the same class. As a classroom teacher with over 20 years of experience, I can tell you that it is daunting and overwhelming to try and differentiate instruction for this wide of a spectrum on a daily basis in order to meet the needs of all these students in a 48-minute class period, all by myself. This is why our pull-out RTI teacher intervention groups are vital. Many of these struggling students are drowning in the regular classroom setting. Despite my best efforts to modify instruction, translate assignments and slides, enable read aloud and text-to-speech capability, etc. The RTI small group instruction gives our most needy and struggling students the opportunity to fill the gaps they missed in elementary school, like phonics, CVC words, sight words, etc., that I do not have time to teach to 1 to 2 students when I am teaching a complex text like the Telltale Heart to the whole class. I have also heard the district's concern that these small RTI groups only serve a small number of students and therefore need to increase in size to around 8 to 12 students in each group. However, I can personally attest to the necessity and effectiveness of a smaller group size than this. Junior high students will not sound out words or take risk in reading in large group sizes of 8 to 12. The groups need to be small in order to be effective. Our RTI teacher at El Camino has done an amazing job with our small groups this last year and a half, and our struggling students are making progress and growth. Let's look at what is starting to work with our bright spots across the district, gather some data, and think twice before rushing into eliminating these crucial positions. In my opinion, we need to hire more RTI teachers, not eliminate these positions. Please, for the sake of our students and staff, slow down and pause before we get rid of what is working. Thank you for your consideration. And then we have Victoria Gibson on audio.
IA. Hello, my name is Victoria Gibson, VICTORIA, Gibson, GIBSON. My comment is related to item 19. Dear members of the board, I am writing to express my concerns regarding the recent decisions and communication about the restructuring of instructional support roles within our district. As an educator deeply committed to student success and aligned with the goals of our district, I worry that these changes may unintentionally impact not only our current RTI teachers and coaches, our newly hired teachers, but most importantly, the students that we serve. I'm grateful for the district's continued efforts to strengthen intervention services and improve academic outcomes for students. We share that mission wholeheartedly. At the same time, the scope of the newly defined academic support teacher role appears extremely broad, with responsibilities that would be challenging for any single educator to carry out effectively while also maintaining high quality, individualized student support. My intention is not to resist change, but to advocate for clarity, collaboration, and recognition of the expertise that RTI and ELD coaches bring to this work. Combining both roles into one position risks diminishing the targeted support that our students, especially our multilingual learners and those facing significant reading challenges, that they urgently need to succeed. We want to actively contribute to designing solutions that enhance student outcomes without unintentionally overextending those who work directly with our most vulnerable learners. Essentially, combining the RTI teacher and ELD coach would especially be detrimental to servicing our students at small school sites that would only receive one academic support teacher when these sites currently have one RTI and one ELD coach. A reduction to one academic support teacher at some schools will leave students without adequate instructional support, particularly in the areas of foundational literacy skills and designated English language development. As this transition does continue, I respectfully request transparency, collaborative planning, and thoughtful consideration of workload expectations. These steps will help ensure that the implementation of new roles truly strengthens student access to essential English language development and interventions. Thank you so much for your time, for your commitment to our schools, and for considering these concerns. I remain hopeful that through strong partnership and shared purpose, we can move forward in ways that uplift both educators and our learners.
That's all the public comment we have.
Thank you. Oh, just kidding.
Misty Epperson.
Sorry. Good evening.
I'm gonna try and get to
Your mic on.
Good evening again. I'm Misty Epperson, RTI teacher at Adam Elementary School. I'm just going to add a couple points that weren't said today regarding the academic support teacher plan and concerns that directly impact our vulnerable learners. Our ELD coaches are struggling not because their role isn't effective, they're struggling because they're being removed from the role. No instructional coach, no matter how skilled, can lead data cycles, support newcomer protocols, guide designated ELD, or lead newcomer groups with fidelity while being pulled to cover classes once a week. That's not a coaching problem, that's a systems problem. Although the AST role is supposed to deliver protected intervention, the district can't guarantee that. The position will be funded through LCAP, not Title I, and there are no funding restrictions preventing subbing, and the district can only try to protect the time, and that's not a system, that's a hope. As you just heard Victoria say, smaller schools will go from 2 full-time coaches and 1 interventionist to 1 coach and 1 interventionist, regardless of need. That's not equity, that's a reduction in services. The AST job description itself is a diluted version of the RTI teacher and ELD coach. The role's trying to solve too many problems at once without addressing the real root cause. Our coaches are not being allowed to do the jobs we already hired them to do. Board members, we do not need to erase these positions and start over. We need to protect them, strengthen them, and allow them to function as intended. Another concern has gone unspoken. Santa Maria Bonita has a cohort of 25 teachers completing advanced reading specialist preparation, funded at approximately $14,800 per person. These educators are uniquely trained to deliver high-dosage diagnostic intervention, yet there's no strategic plan for their placement, and the proposed AST role dilutes that expertise across ELD, small groups, compliance, PLC supports, and what other tasks they are deemed to do. It's not an efficient use of resources, it's a missed opportunity. That was a lot of money that we spent to be trained, and I really appreciate it. But I do have some unanswered questions of how will AST support all grade levels? Will TK and kindergarten receive equitable support when our VAPA program and our PLC program currently doesn't allow them to have their PLC time? We need an ELD coach who's not pulled for substitute coverage. We need Tier 3 intervention that it's not collapsed into a hybrid role. And most importantly, we cannot improve one system by dismantling another. That is essential for our highest need learners. I urge you tonight, if you're listening to the job description as it's presented, consider the reality of reaching a substantially larger population of students. Consider the stability or instability of reassigning 64 teachers without committee input. And consider the tenets of MTSS as outlined by my colleagues. I hope you conclude that we can refine what we already have. Strong interventionists, strong coaches, and a strong commitment to tiered support. Our multilingual learners deserve nothing else. Thank you so much for your time and leadership.
And that's all on public comment.
Yes.
We'll be taking a 10-minute recess to recess. Stretch.
As board members request an item to be removed. Are there any questions regarding the consent item? Yes?
Question on 12B 5, bid 505404. Believe that's the ongoing intercom services. I only have written notes. I don't have a,
Oh, the business and financial consent?
so just clarification on the provider. Are they our current provider? And it's $100,000.
Uh-huh.
So typically we don't like put stuff that's over $100,000 in consent.
You said it was 12B, what item?
12B 5 or V,
5?
little baby V. So is that,
So that's the award.
there was only one person that was responsive, I guess. And so I just wanted to,
Oh,
Matt, Beecher, do you have any, information about the provider?
I have someone here who can help us with that question. So
Right.
board, this is a follow-up. So previous board meeting, we took to you an item to identify which single source we were going to be using to provide intercoms throughout the district. And we had that approved by you approximately 2 months ago to make sure that across the board, we had the same equipment to make sure we were able to supply it and train staff effectively. And so after that, we did take it out to bid. We only had one bid response. And so they're only providing the equipment. So that's just an equipment bid. The way that's set up is that we can purchase the equipment necessary site by site as those units fail as they're getting older. And so that the bid is representative of what their pricing is, not so much that we're going to go out and spend $100,000 tomorrow on that. It just gives us the structuring and the pricing to be able to move forward with future purchases through the bid process.
thank you.
You're welcome.
And on a similar note, 12B 6, little v, little I, bid number 5405. There's this one's over $150,000. And as a result of a lack of capacity to provide busing on somebody who we had formed a contract with before. And now we've had to seek a second provider to maintain the field trips to, I believe they're to Vandenberg Space Force Base, correct? My question is why we're paying a 14% rush fee, why we're paying $21,000 for services that are over $120 some odd thousand dollars. What where we arrived at that and how we justify that?
I may have to ask Patricia for help, but I'll do my best to respond to your question. We did have a bid process that led to us awarding a contract to Bill's Bus. As we approached the date and it got really close, Bill's Bus let us know they weren't able to fulfill the contract. Back when we awarded that contract, we let everybody else know that you weren't awarded the contract. So they built their schedule for their business to do other things, and didn't think again about us until we called this provider last minute and said, we need someone who can step in and deliver these services for our children. Here's the calendar. It takes a lot to recruit that quickly, to place people that quickly. It can cost more to meet that urgency. That calendar was set, and in order to preserve the student experience, we elected to pay the premium and bring that second bus service into a contract with us. Otherwise, we'd have to reschedule a new bid or what have you, and that could have created the delay that would have canceled some of the field trips. Thank you.
May I?
Can I make a request though? And because we've talked about this before about having things in consent that are over us that rise above a threshold of spending. I mean, that's $140,000 with a $20,000 rush fee. And so it's not, to me, that's not routine. So,
So we definitely, if that's something that we normally routinely do, we did not do it at that time. At this time, I appreciate you pulling those items so that we can check that and make sure that, you know, we are doing what we're supposed to be doing. We could pull those two items based upon that.
I'm not suggesting that we pull them this time because the information, it sounds like, is adequate, but that in future agendas, that there, or agendized meetings, that things that are of that nature or that amount of cost are not put in consent, because I don't generally think of them as being routine in nature.
I absolutely agree with you.
One quick follow-up on that, if I may, is do we have the potential to save $20,000 if it goes back to a rebidding? Or does that mean our students wouldn't be able to participate in these trips anymore? In other words, can we wait a few more months for the sake of avoiding that $20K additional rush fee?
I would venture to guess that classes have been scheduled on a continuous basis to go out to Vandenberg. It's a week-long, 5 days that one class goes. So to delay it would ultimately mean that some classes would not be able to go. That's my guess.
You are correct. And we wouldn't want to create that deficit where folks couldn't make it into the calendar. That obviously Vandenberg is very busy with these appointments. In fact, that some of these trips are scheduled to, or similar trips are scheduled to happen at Camp San Luis, is what I've heard, because they just can't do all of them at Vandenberg that people want, or that the grant funding will support for them. So that would occur, and obviously we make that decision, you know, in partnership with our friends in teaching and learning. Here's what the additional cost is going to be. Do we want to go out and rebid and start this process over? And the response was that no, we want to continue with this investment, even if it is at a premium, in order to, again, preserve the student experience for these field trips. The other thing that we looked at is to make sure that the cost of this premium didn't create the third lowest bidder to be less expensive than the replacement provider, and they were not. So I want to at least assure the board that we couldn't have gone to that other provider who had responded to save this money. It's possible that what we do is rebid next year to see if these folks can again compete and create a more efficient cost for us. But at the time we had to make the decision, it seemed like the best overall decision for the school district and our students.
Thank you.
May I have a motion to approve the consent items as presented?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay. It has been moved by Mr. Hollinshead and second by Mrs. Cordero to approve the consent items as presented. Roll call.
Mrs. Cordero?
Aye.
Mr. Valencia?
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead?
Aye.
Mr. Lara?
Aye.
Ms. Cabral?
Aye. Motion passes. Item 18, action items. A 2024-2025 audit report for the Santa Maria Bonita School District. Mr. Beecher.
Good evening, school board members. I'm here. It's a very good time of year in the business office. We're happy to say we're sharing with the school board the final piece of financial reporting for 24-25 and move clearly into the 25-26 fiscal year. We have that kind of joy for maybe 3 or 4 months, and then we start living in 2 fiscal years again, where we're working on 25-26 currently, and then planning ahead for 26-27. Many times, an audit firm will come and provide this presentation to the board directly. In the interest of time and efficiency, they've shared their presentation with me for me to present with you. And I think we'll get through it more quickly, and I can be responsive to your questions. And anything I can't answer, I can share with our auditors as well. And we're going to talk about the audit services and their deliverables, the components of the financial statements. The results, obviously, are really important. Provide some highlights. Talk about a recent accounting change. I love GASB accounting changes. I know the board does as well. It's really important. And so we'll cover that too. So our auditor, CDWL, provided an audit of our financial statements. They audited our internal control over financial reporting and compliance. The compliance types were state compliance, federal compliance. There are a lot of steps and procedures that they do over mostly a 3-year cycle to ensure that each of our programs are aligned with the state and federal requirements that are laid out. In fact, one of the things we were waiting for until the last minute was getting from the Department of Education the compliance supplement for federal programs. And so auditors finally got that. There weren't any changes, so the procedures they had already performed were in alignment, and we were able to provide this to the board tonight on a timely basis. The good news is, at the end of their report, the auditors were able to provide us with an unmodified opinion, which is as good as it gets. Like, they don't create praise. They just say your financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial amounts for the school district. And then they're really explicit about ensuring that people understand that the financial statements are the responsibility of management. And so they look over the financial statements that we create and ensure that the financial records support those financial statements. Again, more words about how important it is that management is responsible for financial statements. That helps auditors keep distance from the actual results, be independent. And then when there are problems inside the financial statements, the auditors get to be distant from that as well. One of the things that auditors always look at is to ensure that there isn't evidence that there is a substantial doubt that the agency has a problem being a going concern. And they did not find that with the school district in this year's audit, and they should never find that problem. There are many, many pieces to our financial statements. That's why your report was really long. It's 100 and a lot of pages. But here are all of the different statements that are there. The management discussion and analysis that Brian helps in collaboration with the CDWL helps to put together is the first 14 pages. And then from there, it is all of the detailed financial statements that they require. And they go on and on for multiple pages. Some of the more interesting stuff is in the notes to the financial statements. It really goes into the narrative of some of our financial transactions. And I like to really spend time back there because you can really learn. I was in there today getting ready for this meeting, learning what changes in our financial statements, the audited statements meant. And it's there in the financial statements for the curious. When they got to the end, they prepare a little summary that talks about, again, unmodified opinions related to the financial statements, the federal awards and the state awards. And there were some deficiencies that were identified. I'm going to talk about some findings here in a little bit. So we did have a finding in instructional materials, and we talked about it a little bit this fall. We didn't have some specific language around our providing, I believe it was in health and in foreign language, so world language there in that criteria. Second line, there wasn't specific language that certified that students in those courses had access to their instructional materials. Didn't mean they didn't have access. It means it didn't get documented correctly. And so we were clear this fall when we came to the school board to ensure the proper certification so that this finding doesn't reoccur next year. And that continues that. And then there was, did I get that right? Yep. I keep going back. I want to go through this again, apparently. I want to move on. This is not, I am falling apart right in front of you. All right, so now I'm ready to get back to work. The district's net position was $324 million for the fiscal year, June 30, 2025, which was a decrease of about $2 million. Now, there are many, many things that happen during the year that influence all those numbers. And so I'm not going to go into all of those things. I'm just going to provide these highlights that our auditors noted are significant within our audit for the year. You can see on that third bullet, there was a significant investment in capital assets, $41.5 million. That relates to a lot of the conversations we've been having about HVAC, playgrounds, and the like, making long-term investments with some of the one-time monies that we've been receiving for COVID and also for learning recovering dollars. I mentioned that there was a change in governmental accounting standard board standards for accounting. They changed the way that we, as a district, have to account for compensated absences, more specifically sick leave, because when a person retires, they can be cashed out for that. That doesn't happen in our school district. They can exchange that for service credit. It does represent someone's liability. When that sick leave gets converted to service credit for STRS or for PERS, it increases the liability for pensions. And because those liabilities are more directly connected to the district's expenses now, we've talked on multiple occasions over the last 12 or 13 years about how PERS and STRS costs for the district have gone from 6 or 8% to 18 or 19% or more. Now there's a connection. Like that liability is also our liability. So this new pronouncement requires us to record in our audited statements an estimated liability for sick leave as a compensated absence, and that's never been the case. That number was $18 million, which is like massive. I was really surprised that our fund balance was reduced by $18 million for this accounting change, and that's all it was. But that was a really big shift. And it's an amount that we won't ever pay in cash. Like I'm not writing a check for $18 million at any point. But over time, our costs that we receive from PERS and STRS, the rates that they provide to school districts are going to be increased to cover that cost. A while back, there was a movement in pension reform to ensure that PERS and STRS were both fiscally solvent and fully funded. I want to say it was by like 2040 or something along those lines. And this happened because that decision to fully fund it is affecting school district budgets. And this just reflects that impact I just described, reducing our fund balance by $18.9 million. And with that fantastic news, do you have any questions for me about our audited financial statements? Reflecting back that I said we aren't a going concern. We just had our liabilities go up by $18 million. Our fund balance went down by $18 million. We're not a going concern. Ms. Cordero.
This really isn't about this report, but there has been quite a lot of discussion about changing how school districts are funded to enrollment-based rather than attendance rates.
Mhm.
Will that, well, I guess I know that it will, but any estimation as to how much our allotment then would be?
I have not been given any estimates
Okay.
of that. I haven't been given a timeline on that. I think that's well down the road. Revamping California education finance takes a lot of effort, and there's so many moving parts that until a lot of those pieces and parts get addressed, we won't see much impact. Because what happens is they'll modify the funding amount in, right, the multiplier if they modify the other multiplier, because we don't have more money in the state to pay for education. So if they change the function of the formula, the sum still has to be moderately the same. It'll help our friends in the high school district, though.
Thank you. And actually, that I understand that will likely be a slow process. And just based on one of the sessions that I went to at CSBA, the conference last week, there were 97 new policies adopted in 1 year that required districts to make changes. So it's a never-ending process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, can I get a motion?
I will move to accept the 2024-25 audit report for the Santa Maria Bonita School District as presented.
Second. All right, moved by Ms. Cordero and second by Mr. Lara. That the Board of Education accept the 2024-25 audit report for the Santa Maria Bonita School District as presented. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
And opposed, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Buchan.
Thank you.
Item B, certification of the first interim report for 2025-26. Mr. King.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
So I'm here to present the first interim budget. So after the district adopts its budget in June for the next fiscal year, we are then required to update the budget 2 additional times during the year. So presented tonight is the first interim budget. So this is the first of the 2 budget updates for the year. And so we'll look at and discuss any changes in the budget since adoption, some of the milestones. Staff have been in place for 3 months. Enrollment CBEDS is known, and the state budget has been signed. Here's my summary assumptions for the first interim. So our total enrollment of 17,291. So our enrollment decreased by 118 students. And our estimated ADA is 16,359. So that's a decrease of 111 ADA from when I did the adoption budget. And so we are funded off that 16,359. So looking at some revenue highlights, our LCFF revenue increased by 833,000. I want to dive just a little bit deeper into that. So at first interim, we do recognize the state, they did increase the TK add-on amount, which went from 3,100 to 5,500 per ADA for our TK students. So that increased our LCFF revenue by $2.5 million. So then we have our decrease in ADA. So we did lose LCFF revenue of 1.7 million. So the net effect is still an increase of 833,000. We have our federal restricted programs carryover, $5.3 million. We do have to recognize that at first interim. We have some of our highlights for the state revenue. We do have the Student Support Development Block Grant, 5.1 million. Our community schools grant, 6.45 million. That is ongoing for the next 4-ish years, I think. And then we have our literacy coach grant, an additional $2.5 million. And then we also have our local revenue increase of 1.9. It's made up of increase in interest and also additional teacher induction grants that we did receive. Our COLA did stay the same at 2.30. Now looking at the expenditure sides, these are just some of the highlights here. Our special education county operated programs, our costs increased by $850,000. At first interim, I did remove 15 FTE, vacant FTE for speech, and also 10 FTE for nurses. Those are all vacancies, and so decreased the salaries and benefits budget for that by $3.8 million. It doesn't mean that this is just for budget. It doesn't mean HR is not flying those positions, trying to find people to fill those positions. Also, our special education aides, I removed 362 vacant positions out of budget, which represents $13.5 million. So once again, doesn't mean HR is not flying those positions, trying to actively, yeah.
Would you clarify that so that everyone understands exactly what that means in terms of removing the 13.5 million for the 362 positions? Why that happened?
Okay, so yes, at budget adoption, we budget like all of our positions, our vacant positions are filled as of July 1. That's how we create our budget back in May and June. That's when I create it, bring it to the board in June. That all of our positions are filled starting July 1 for the school year. But that isn't the case. So now at first interim, I'm removing those vacancies from the budget because we have actually contracted services coming in and supplying aides, supplying speech, supplying nurses, LVNs. And so you don't want to count the expenditure twice. You don't want to count it in salaries and benefits, and you don't want to count it again in contracted services. So you have to count it in one place.
I think the point I wanted to try to make is that those special ed aid positions were removed because they could not be filled through the district hiring process.
Yes, as of when I created this budget
Right.
4 weeks ago.
And the same would be for speech and nurse vacancies. People could not or did not apply for those positions to be employed through the district.
Correct.
Okay. I think there's a misconception that, the district is going out of its way to contract those services and we're not trying to hire. And that is not the case. Thank you.
Yep. So with that, we did have our special education contracted services increased by $14.5 million. We did have at adoption budget, some contracted services already budgeted in there, but now it increased an additional $14.5 million. Also, our LVN nurse contracted services for $1 million. And then also on the expenditure side, I rebalanced the budget around program needs, vacancies, subs, and extra time. So moving on, comparing the changes from adoption to first interim. So overall, our revenue increased by $27.3 million. A big chunk of that is other state revenue, the 19.2 million. That's made up of the one-time grant and the community schools grant and some carryover dollars. On the expenditure side, expenditures increased by $28.2 million. It's made up of a combination of decrease in the certificated classified salaries and benefits, and then an increase in books and supplies. That some of that increase is some of our budgeting, some of our one-time funds, and also carryover. And then our services and other operating increased by $33 million. So that's title funds carryover, some of the one-time funds, and then some of those contracted services we just talked about. So overall, our deficit spending increased by $971,000, went from 49 million to a little over $50 million. So moving on, breaking it apart a little more, we have our unrestricted and our restricted budget, unrestricted in blue, restricted in green, and the tan color is the total. So our unrestricted deficit spending is 28.6 million. Our restricted deficit spending is 21.4 for a total of the $50 million. So moving on to in my opinion, I think, which is the most important slide of the presentation. It dissects it even more between restricted and unrestricted and the different, I'll call them buckets that we have. So the blue, the general fund unrestricted, less LCAP, and also our solar project that we have going on. We have a deficit spending of 13 million. The solar project, we have deficit spending of 3.8, but we're just spending our fund balance because we've already received the funds. It's just sitting in fund balance. And so when we spend them, those are where the funds are coming from. And then LCAP, the carryover from prior year, 11.7 million of deficit spending, and those funds come from any fund balance. So moving on to the green, the restricted side, restricted education. That's things like title funds, special education, local grants, deficit spending of 4.1 with an ending fund balance of 16.7 million. We have our restricted education recovery. That's our ELOP dollars and all of our one-time dollars for the arts music grant, the learning recovery, the student development grant, community schools grant, literacy grant. That's all in that column there. It's deficit spending of 15 million, but with an ending fund balance of 53.5. And then the restricted recovery COVID, I just left that in for this year. We don't have any additional funds, and we did spend all the funds we did receive. And then our restricted operations, that's our routine restricted maintenance, deficit spending of 2.2 with ending fund balance of 11 million. So that when you go from left to right, you can see what makes up that deficit spending of 50 million, all those different areas of restricted and unrestricted. So moving on to multi-year. With our multi-year assumptions, we do remove one-time costs related to either one-time revenues or carryovers of any fund balance. Restricted programs are balanced, and we do charge indirect costs if allowed. And we also do contribute 3% of our total general fund expenditures to our routine restricted and maintenance account, restricted account. Down below, the COLA, stayed the same at 2.30%. And then the two out years are 3.02 and 3.42. And then at adoption, we had our ADA at 16,470. We do have the 111 decrease, so it's down to 16,359. That's what we're funded at. And with our multi-year, we do flat enrollment, flat ADA. So here is our multi-year. Like I mentioned, we remove one-time dollars in 26-27 that were in 25-26 on the revenue side and the expenditure side. We have built in a little bit of savings for the solar projects. Whether there's still, I'll need to kind of get the paperwork side complete so we can recognize more savings. And then salaries and benefits increase along with step and column increases are included in the multi-year. So for 25-26, we have the deficit spending of 50 million, and then 26-27, it dips down to 13.8. And then in 27-28, deficit spending of 18.7 million. There's a spike up of deficit spending in 27-28, because one thing is, that's the year we have our ELA adoption, have about $8.3 million budgeted in the second out year for that ELA adoption. Moving on, fund balance in excess of minimum reserve. I'm required to bring this slide every interim, every adoption. Basically, if our ending fund reserve is greater than our 3% reserve requirement, we have to state the amount it's over the 3% and give some substantiation, give some reasons why. So I'll just go over 25-26. Our total assigned and unassigned ending fund balance is 50.3 million. Our 3% reserve requirement is 13.4. So now the remaining we need to substantiate is the 36.9 million. So down below is the reasons why we have a set aside for ELA, history, health, and science adoptions, and also a set aside for COP debt service payments. So what's next? In January, there's the school services presentation on the governor's 26-27 state budget, and I will be back in March with the second interim budget. So with that, I can answer any questions.
So in layperson's terms, if somebody asks on the streets, hey, what's the fiscal strength of the Bonita School District? How do we respond to that?
So I can respond by saying, in the current year, we can pay all of our bills and have a strong ending fund balance. And also in the next 2 years, we're able to cover all of our expenditures and have at least the state's requirement of a 3% ending fund balance.
Could you explain a little bit more what that 3% does or what it's for?
We're required to have at least 3% ending fund balance. So 3% of our expenditures, what is that? That's what we need to have as an ending fund balance. So if we don't, then that's when the state will step in. So the state is saying, this is your minimum you have to have. And the minimum we have to have might cover 2 weeks of payroll. Okay. So it's not something you want to be right at. You don't want to be at 3%.
Thank you for that context.
Yeah.
Any other questions? No. All right, with no further questions, may I have a motion?
I'll move that the Board of Education will issue a positive certification of the 2025-26 first interim report and certify to the Santa Barbara County Superintendent of Schools that the Santa Maria Bonita School District will be able to meet its financial obligations for the 2025-26, 2026-27, and 2027-28 fiscal years as presented.
And I'll second.
All right, moved by Mrs. Cordero and second by Mr. Valencia that the Board of Education issue a positive certification of the 2025-26 first interim report and certify to the Santa Barbara County Superintendent of Schools that the district will meet its financial obligations for 2025-26, 2026-27, and 2027-28 as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No opposed, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. King. Item C, approval of contract with SBCEO Children's Creative Project for the Ballet Folklorico and Mexican Cultural ELOP, EXLP classes for 2025-26. Good evening, Mrs. Cook.
Good evening, board members. Thanks for having me. My first contract this evening is for Children's Creative Project. We have been engaged in negotiations with them for quite some time and have finally, we think, landed the plane. We're super excited. So this particular contract will provide for 15 schools. The ultimate goal is to have all 21 of our schools serviced with these workshops, but because we're halfway through the year, they don't have the capacity to do all 21 in just the second half of the year. But it is our intention in following years to renew this contract for full implementation across all 21 sites. So this will be at 15 elementary sites. Each site will organize 2 groups of 20 students each in their expanded learning after-school programs. This is not part of our ASP ACES. This is the site-based expanded learning, so they can choose any 40 students that they want for those 2 groups of 20. And each of those groups will receive 24 90-minute workshops. So one group of kids will meet on Monday, Wednesday, the other group on Tuesday, Friday for a 90-minute workshop. That workshop will include some classroom time where students are introduced to some cultural elements, some seasonal traditions of the Mexican culture, as well as the significance of the dances, the music, the art, and the storytelling. And then the other half of the class, they will actually go outside and learn ballet folklorico with the beautiful costumes and hats, and they will actually learn to do the dance once. So they're tying in the cultural relevance and the learning with the activity itself. This contract with Children's Creative Project includes all staffing, supplies, and materials that are needed for these workshops. They will do all of the coordination, all of the hiring, all of the clearances, but all of their employees will meet the required minimum standards for ELOP funding, which includes that they are NCLB compliant as a instructional assistant, so they have to have either the coursework or pass the test, the DOJ training, the DOJ screening, and fingerprinting, TB testing, all of the things that we require and that are required of the funding. So by securing these services, we demonstrate our commitment to providing students with high quality, culturally relevant art instruction. And this proactive approach ensures the continuity of learning and helps maintain program stability and supports the district's vision of cultivating bright futures for every student. So we come to you this evening to ask that you approve this new contract, which will not exceed $59,157.
Mrs. Cordero? Ms. Cordero, you have a question? Oh.
Yes. In reviewing this is something that will not begin until next school year.
This will begin in January. There will be 5 sites at a time for the 20 sessions. So it's a 10-week offering. So it'll start in January for 5 schools, in March for 5 schools, and in late April for 5 schools.
And does it include the dresses and hats and all of the
Yes,
clothing
the
items?
costumes and the accessories are included. And we have worked with Children's Creative Project to provide that we get to keep those as a district, since we are including the cost into the contract so that we can launder them and use them from year to year. So the hats, I believe, are single use. Students get to keep them because we don't want to share them from head to head. But the skirts and the bandanas can be reused from group to group and performance to performance.
And how will the 15 school sites be selected?
So we put out a Google form to our 17 elementary site principals and asked them if they would be interested for this round and which of the 3 time periods would work best for them. And so we will work with the sites. There are currently 2 elementary sites that are offering ballet folklorico through their own EXLP with our employees. So we think probably it's going to be reasonable to say, we're not going to get you this time. We'll catch you next year because your students have already received access to this through your own site instruction, but we're open to those conversations if it works better for one site than another. So we'll figure out a way to meet as many requests as we can.
Mr. Hollingshead?
Hello.
Hi.
So I'm assuming since it's funded with ELOP, this is outside the purview of our VAPA offerings and it's after school, so it's not in lieu, it's not anything that's in lieu of, correct?
That is correct. This is additional VAPA instruction outside of the school day, out of school time.
And my question kind of really comes out of having attended the Mixteco seminar this afternoon. What brought that to mind is that we seem to repetitively or repeatedly contract with the same people to provide the same cultural outreach. And I don't mean this to be disrespectful. But when you hear about all the different cultural things that are happening or happen in Mexico and the vast diversity of the things that are going on just in the area where we talked about today, where those languages are spoken, I feel like we need to maybe start looking at some of those things to validate our Mixteco students as well. Granted, obviously, they are students from Mexico, but I think to honor their culture as well as, or to recognize that the culture is broader than just one or two things that we typically do, I would ask that we maybe look into some of those types of things and people that provide other educational opportunities for our ELOP.
Thank you for that. We are engaged in conversations with MyCop, I believe, through the multilingual department as well as the VAPA department to find some after-school programs that they can support, as well as infusing that culture and relevance into our VAPA instruction during the day. So we continue to work on that, and we've made great progress. Dr. Castillo-Schiffer and Kurt Payne, the VAPA-TOSA, have been working together on that. And so I think you'll start to see those things rolling out in the school day and in our expanded learning offerings.
Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Mr. Valencia?
Yeah, and I would definitely add, I mean, we have a really wonderful organization here in the community, Corazón del Pueblo, right, which does have a focus on indigenous cultures. And I have noticed even like, I'm a obviously big proponent of the arts, but I do notice even within Ballet Folklorico, sometimes our indigenous communities do get left out. Like some of the dances might focus on states like Jalisco or things like that, but then either inadvertently or through cultural bias, states like Oaxaca or Guerrero could get left out. So I think it is essential to make sure you stay connected with MyCop and with Corazón del Pueblo, because these are folks that have a proven track record of being in tune with our indigenous families.
Thank you. And Dr. Castillo-Schiffer, can you confirm, it is Corazón, so I misspoke when I said MyCop. It is Corazón de Pueblo that they are working with. So we will continue that partnership. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no further questions, can I have a motion?
I'll make the recommendation that the Board of Education approve contract with SBCEO, Children's Creative Project for Ballet Folklorico and Mexican Culture, ELOP, EXLP, classes 2025, 2026, school year as presented.
Moved by Mr. Valencia and second by Mr. Hollingshead that the Board of Education approve the contract with SBCEO Children's Creative Project for Ballet Folklorico and Mexican Culture, ELOP, EXLP classes for the 2025-2026 school year as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
No opposed, motion passes. D, approval of contract with Santa Maria Valley YMCA for non-school day off-site program services. Mrs. Crock.
Thank you again. I wanted to take a step back before we actually discuss the contract itself with the YMCA, and then the next item is the Boys and Girls Club, just to kind of center you on the work that we've been doing. So you're very familiar as a board with our RFP process or our bidding process. Working closely with the business department and Patricia McKnight, who has been really shepherding me and educating me in the process. I really appreciate her. We did things a little differently for this non-school day off-site services. We did what we called a request for qualifications. Well, we didn't call it. It is called a request for qualification. We didn't make that up. This is a procurement document used by many government agencies, which is a non-competitive call for qualifications. A little different than bidding based on services and price. So in order to complete a request for qualifications application, the applying entity must meet all of the requirements and qualifications for the service that you're looking for. So in this case, we are looking for community partners who have facilities outside of our schools, so off-site facilities. They have their own facilities, and they offer programming for non-school days. So this is when we're closed for winter break, when we're closed for summer, and maybe we're running summer programs, but not all of our students are enrolled and want to go to the YMCA or the Boys and Girls Club or People's Self-Help Housing or Abel Maldonado, whatever it is. So in order to do that, the applicant must prove that they have the skills, the experience, and the capacity to provide the service that we're seeking. And the purpose of moving to a request for qualifications rather than an RFP or a bidding process is that it allows us to focus on who is best suited rather than on how much they will charge. The beauty of this particular project being an RFQ is that this is a non-competitive bid. We're not choosing one over another. We have 17,000 students in this school district. They all need somewhere to be on non-school days, whether that's at home with family or in a program. And so if we had 10 different community organizations come and request their qualification approval and met all of our qualifications, we are in a fortunate position to have enough funding to be able to provide that far in excess of what we've ever been asked to provide to our community partners. So this is the request for qualification is ideal for complex projects, but really the reason we did it is because we do not follow our request for qualification with an RFP. We are simply accepting all reasonable and qualified responses. So we're very excited that we, one, didn't have to go through an RFP process, but also that we didn't have to pit one community partner against another. We were just asking them, if you would like to provide services to our students, tell us what your qualifications are, tell us how many kids you can accommodate, and tell us your rate. And then, of course, we do the background work to make sure that they meet all of our standards, that they're much more than, babysitting or parking kids at a playground for 6 hours, that they really are providing the literacy component that we require, the enrichment component that we require, the student and homework learning support that we require, and that they are offering these services at a reasonable rate to us that is equivalent to what a community member would pay as a parent of a child. So I just wanted to start with kind of that background on requests for qualifications. And when we put this out for applicants, we did receive 2 immediate applications. This RFQ is open all year long. So if in January, Abel Maldonado Center said, we want to do this too, and we'd like to apply, there's no timeline on it. They can apply at that time, and we would look at their qualifications and continue to do that until we reach our full capacity or our full budgeted amount. So having said that, the first contract I'm bringing you tonight is the Santa Maria Valley YMCA for non-school day offsite program services. The estimated cost of this contract is not to exceed $607,750. That is a full year, a nearly full year of services, and it is based on actual attendance. So that is, if every seat that they had available was filled for every day that they offered this programming, that would be the maximum amount we would pay, but we don't pay unless our students show up and attend the program. So the YMCA is offering 13 weeks of programming. That includes the winter break, December, January, the spring break for 1 week in April, and the summer. They are serving TK through 8th grade students, and their maximum capacity is 170 students per week. It does not have to be the same 170 students for all 13 weeks. So families, based on their need and their desire, can sign up for 1 week in the summer or 6 weeks in the summer, whatever they would like to do. They can attend the spring without the summer. It's really based on parent flexibility and need. The charge is $275 per student per week. This program at the YMCA is offered from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., which far exceeds our required 9-hour day and is really beneficial to parents. So students can come for the entire duration from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., which is 11 hours, or if parents just, need them from 8 to 11 or 3 to 6, whatever they need. It's based on student need. And this contract includes a 1-year contract through the first day of school next year. So it's from now, from winter break through the end of our summer in 2026. And it includes 2 additional 2-year term options for renewal if we're happy with the service and they are happy with the contract. As I said, this program offering exceeds our required programming hours. It includes unique and exciting education, literacy, and enrichment elements. It exceeds our required staffing ratios. So our required staffing ratio is 10-to-1 in kinder and 20-to-1 in 1st through 8th grade. Their staffing commitment is 10-to-1 in TK and kinder and 15-to-1 in 1st through 8th grade. So it's very small groups with very personalized instruction, which we think is great. And again, this is an ELOP funded contract. And so we come to you today asking that you help us to provide our families with responsive options for childcare and supervision, along with literacy, education, and enrichment elements when school is not in session. And so we ask that you approve this contract.
Any questions? Mr. Valencia?
One of my questions is how accessible is the YMCA to our kids since it's on the other side of town? So that's one of my questions.
So this is a renewal contract, and typically our contract with them for offsite services has been between 150 and 170 max capacity, and they have always completely filled. So they always have a waiting list of SMBSD families. Our families are finding ways to get there and to avail themselves of those facilities.
And do you know if that's spread out throughout our district schools, or is it concentrated on a certain part of town,
When we review the billing, it is from all over the district. It's not a concentration of one area or one school. It really is distributed across all 21 of our sites and all of our grades from TK to 8.
And what has the feedback been from our families regarding the services that they're being offered by YMCA?
We get a lot of positive feedback. One way that I know is that we every year get calls earlier and earlier. So this year in August, we had parents calling saying, when is that going to be ready? When are you going to post that flyer? So we know that they have come to rely on this as a reliable and quality programming component for their kids when our programs aren't in school. And as I said, they always max this contract. Not all of the kids show up every day or every week, but they always enroll to capacity.
Thank you.
Yes.
The funding is all through ELOP, and that funding comes from the state or federal government?
That is state funding, yes.
And we have offered this in the past?
Yes, this is, we have done off-site non-school day programming every year since I've been here with the YMCA, the Boys and Girls Club, and People's Self-Help Housing. So it's an ongoing, consistent offering for us. Yes, ever since we got ELOP in 2021. Yes.
I just don't remember it coming to us as a contract.
I copied last year's slide to make this one, so I know we've done it before, but yes, it is. Yeah. We just haven't done it as a request for qualifications. We've always just done it as a individual contract and applied it that way. So we're trying to make this more consistent and ongoing so that next year it can be renewed without as much work on the partner's part or our part.
And do we have any way of evaluating the benefit of providing this very costly service?
So we tend to rely on our usage rates. So if we ever got to a point where we had a contract with 150 seats and they were only billing us for 50 seats, we would start to wonder, like, why aren't our parents utilizing that service that we're offering to them? But we're consistently full at our sites. We do also offer a survey at the end of the school year when we're getting ready to do after-school program enrollment and summer enrollment. And we ask parents, like, what do you need? And we consistently get feedback that they like the flexibility, they like having multiple locations. We hear from some families that they would like to be in Camp Elevate, which is from 8 to 4, but they choose the YMCA or the Boys and Girls Club because it's a longer day for their kids and they know their kids are safe at that facility until they get off of work, which in the summer is pretty late because of the daytime hours. So we do have anecdotal evidence from many families that tell us that they appreciate the program, and then also our survey results as well.
Well, I'm thinking more about the benefit if we're providing language and math support programming. Is there any indication that that helps students do better?
I don't think we've ever done an analysis in terms of academic achievement. I would be happy to look at that data and pull kids who were in this program last year and look at their CASP results and NWEA results and LPAC results and follow up in a board memo for you if you'd like.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? I kind of have a question. The 607,750 that we would be approving tonight, is that for the whole calendar year or the academic year up to June? And then we would do this again in
So that actually takes us from winter break.
Uh-huh.
So the December 22nd,
25?
I think, is the Monday that we don't have school. That's the start of this contract, and it goes through the first day of school in August of next year, which I think is like August 9th. And then we would renew for a full year. Because we were still working on these, how to do an RFQ and all of that sort of stuff, we did a contract extension to cover Thanksgiving break for our partners. So that's not included in this contract because we did that on a contract renewal from last year. So when we get to June or July of next year, we'll do a full renewal from August to August, and that's how we'll cycle from then on, and it'll be a full year.
And will we approve then, or is this the approval gonna include those additional terms?
You would approve the new contract to start in August, which, I mean, there's no off-site programming in August or September, so it would be Thanksgiving through the summer of 2027. Yes.
Okay. 27. Okay. If there's no further questions, can I have a motion?
I'll recommend that the Board of Education approve contract with Santa Maria Valley YMCA for non-school day off-site program services as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. The motion has been moved by Mr. Valencia and second by Mr. Lara that the Board of Education approve the contract for the Santa Maria Valley YMCA for a non-school day off-site program services as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And next is the approval for contract with Boys and Girls Club at Mid Central Coast for non-school day offsite services. Mrs. Crock?
I'm going to start to sound like a broken record. So this is another request for qualifications. This is our partner Boys and Girls Club of Mid Central Coast for non-school day offsite program services. This contract is actually for 2 locations. This includes their Railroad Clubhouse and their Evans Park location. But it's combined into one. And the amount of this contract is not to exceed $813,600. This includes 12 weeks of programming, winter, spring, and summer. And again, they service TK through 8th grade. They have the capacity between their 2 sites to serve up to 200 students per week. At a rate of $339 per student per week. I do think it's important to note that for Boys and Girls Club Mid Central Coast, they do offer us a prorated weekly rate for weeks that are closed for federal holidays. So for instance, in December, when they are closed on Christmas Day and the Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, the 24th and 25th, they would only charge us for 3 days that week. So they would give us a prorated fee. They don't charge us for a full week if they don't serve for the full week. This program offers services for families from 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., again, exceeding our 9-hour minimum. And as with the other, it includes an option to renew for 2 additional 1-year terms. They exceed our programming hours. They include unique and exciting education, literacy, and enrichment elements. They meet our required staffing ratios of 1:10 for TKK and 1:20 for 1st through 8th grade. And this is, again, funded by ELOP. And so I am asking that you approve this contract as well.
Okay,
Is there a reason it's 8 weeks for the summer for them and not 9?
They actually, the last week before we come back to school in August, they are closed for training and programming. And so they don't offer families services that week. So it is 1 less week, yes.
Mr. Valencia?
And do you know what accounts for the difference in price per week from the 339 to, I believe the other price? Could you go back to that previous slide for the,
The fee for the YMCA was $275.
yeah, do you know what accounts for the difference in price?
I think it's up to them to set their price. This is the price that they charge their families. I do think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they prorate for less than full weeks, and the YMCA is a weekly fee regardless of the days that they're open. But beyond that, I'm not privy to that information.
Thank you.
And these seats are taken up by our families, consistently full?
Yeah, consistently full as well. Yes, yes.
Good to know.
Going back to Mr. Valencia's question earlier, the YMCA, we see a pretty disparate enrollment across all 21 of our sites. I do see a more concentrated set of families from the schools closest to their 2 locations. But again, they're completely full. But I think that a lot of our families in that area are able to walk to the location and have a relationship with the Boys and Girls Club. Maybe they're part of the basketball league or that sort of thing. And I believe that the Boys and Girls Club may give them like a priority registration or an early registration code or something. And so we do see a more concentrated proximity to the schools that they are residents within for those 2 locations.
Okay. If there's no further questions, can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion that the Board of Education approve contract with Boys and Girls Club of Mid Central Coast for non-school days offsite services is presented.
And I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. Lara and seconded by Mr. Valencia that the Board of Education approve the contract with the Boys and Girls Club of Mid Central Coast for non-school day off-site services as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Item 19, discussion items. Item A, first reading, site coach and academic support teacher job descriptions. It should be noted that this item was originally intended for reading and approval this evening. However, we will be conducting a first reading only. Ms. Salcido and Dr. Castillo-Schiffer.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, Dr. McDuffie. We're excited to be here tonight to talk to you about some changes that we would like to make, and all with the goal of student achievement. So we like to start. Closer. Okay, sorry. We're gonna have to stand really close to each other here. That's okay. We spent a lot of time together. So first, we want to talk to you about information and choices. So one of the things that was mentioned was our conversation that we had with our coaches, our RTI teachers, and folks affected. We had a number of scheduling conflicts. I think we all live in a pretty busy world, and so trying to schedule steps and people put us in a place that we didn't exactly want to be in, but we found ourselves with a choice of how we would share this information. Our intention was to be respectful by sharing the information all at the same time. And I think we can all agree that Zoom is not a platform that we love. And it's not the same as face-to-face, but it did allow us the opportunity to talk to everyone at the same time and to have the information come from us. So our goal was to be respectful by providing that information all at the same time. I don't know about you, but there are times where I'm the last to know, and that feels a little disrespectful sometimes. And we also wanted to avoid some of the anxiety that is caused by telling small groups of people at separate times and having information kind of make its way to folks that way. So our intention was never to have been disrespectful. We understand that it may have felt abrupt. And in our conversations with folks, we did acknowledge that and explained where we were at that place and time. But giving the announcement at that particular time allowed us time to do other things. And Katie will talk about where we were with that.
And so we were able to spend that week after the holiday, people had the job description the entire week, to sit down with small groups. We visited 15 of our sites. Everyone was offered the opportunity, sat down with leadership teams, including principals, RTI teachers, instructional coaches, and ELD coaches to talk through the process, which we're going to present tonight, where what led to this desire to have a change and this job description proposal. Those conversations all went well. They're actually, with the entire week, we also had 4 large group discussions for all of the coaches and all of the RTI teachers. Lots of feedback was received during that week that actually made changes to the job description you see today. And so with that deadline of having to complete changes by Friday, December 5th, we wanted to have that week in order to get that feedback on the direct job descriptions. We also were looking at timeframes of where we would go from here. And if the conversation doesn't start now, we really wanted to keep all choices open to people and looking at transfer fares in February, backwards mapping that. If we didn't have conversations starting now a little bit earlier, then we would be putting people in a difficult position. So then what led us to propose these changes? And right now it's a discussion on a proposal. The rationale behind this. So the engagement that influenced this, there's a lot of conversation around engagement didn't happen. Our opinion wasn't achieved. And I would say that the words job description were not mentioned until that Zoom. That is correct. But all of the engagement was indirect in looking at what the needs were across our sites. And so over the past few years, we've been gathering feedback from multiple sources, making it very apparent that some system changes were necessary in order to address a few different needs.
With the mention of job description, Katie and I didn't start out looking to change a job description. We really started looking at the system and how we could better serve and meet the needs of our students. And those pieces of information, those engagement, those conversations really led us to overwhelming data that said that we needed a systems change, that we needed something different. So it was really where we found ourselves.
There were a lot of really great bright spots. There are many bright spots in our district. We're going to highlight a few of those areas where students are achieving really well and responding fantastically to the intervention that we provide. But we also identified some areas of challenge, some barriers that exist, and some roadblocks that are preventing all students from receiving that level of service.
So we do want to acknowledge the significance of the need in the district. So about 75% of our students are not achieving, they're not proficient. 80% of our students have ever been EL, and a little less than half of our students are making the appropriate growth in their language acquisition. And we know that the inability for our students to make that growth has effects that compound year after year. So the significance of the need, the size of the need is really what was staring us in the face. So as you know, the majority of our students, for the majority of the time that they are in Santa Maria Bonita, are English learners. We have not had systems in place that have allowed us to provide the designated ELD that is required. It's not just a nice to have. This is our legal obligation to those students. It is also our moral obligation to those students. It is a very important piece of our system. And under your leadership, the Department of Multilingual Services was created because there was an acknowledgement that we did need to focus on our English learner students. This, in addition to needing structures in the system like master scheduling of designated ELD, having teachers who could support that leveled instruction that is fundamental to all other academic achievement, that was really a driving force in this action here.
And as Dr. Castillo-Schiffer said, the driving force in increasing our services to ELs, we also, as we examined the system, identified that some inequities of services exist across our sites. We have the equal model right now. We have the same number of support positions at every site, no matter the variance of needs and enrollment that exists. And we'll go through that in just a minute.
In addition to making sure that we hear the voices of all people that we're talking about, we did talk to teachers, we did talk to staff, but parents have come to us. So parents at our DLAC meetings, parents at our DPAC meetings, parents at our Mixteco parent meeting. We have a number of places where we interact with parents. It's not just one-to-one conversations, although those happen very, very frequently. But we have parents coming to us, calling our office and saying, my student is below grade level. My child is getting ready to enter third grade and they cannot read yet. Looking at the system, looking at the wait list and saying, there simply isn't space for your child to receive the services that they need. Those are very difficult conversations to have, and conversations that we shouldn't have to have. So looking at our system and wanting to make sure that we can provide those services that parents are asking for and that our students need.
So now we wanted to review an examination of what the current system is that we have, and then the proposed system with these job description changes. First of all, taking a look at the MTSS tiered model. Yes, we are going to remain an MTSS-focused tiered model system. I know it was mentioned a lot. Let me explain MTSS 3 tiers just to put some clarity out there. Tier 1 is for all students. We should be, and I'm going to emphasize should be, we should be with a strong tiered system, meeting the needs of 80 to 85% of students. And as the tiers get smaller, you can see the pyramid gets smaller because those services become more intentional and specific and targeted. So the difference between tier 2 and tier 3, tier 2 is a very large aspect of the tiered model, and it can happen in the classroom by teachers differentiating their learning varying the needs, the levels based on needs of students. But tier 2 can also happen outside of the classroom. So we have not only what the classroom teacher can do, but tier 2 can also happen outside of the classroom in small groups. The biggest difference between tier 2 and tier 3 on that tiered scale is the number of students. So if you look at tier 3, it's intensive, individualized instruction, and intervention. The proposed system will also offer tier 3 services. The one caveat that we're trying to expand is not to just limit ourselves to a narrow focus of capping groups at 3 when we have wait lists of students who need services, but what would be possible if we said, let's keep those intensive individualized services, but add more students to the mix? What would happen if we could collaborate as a whole to meet the needs of all students? And so keeping the intention there, but as soon as you add a 4th person to a group, it technically becomes tier 2. So just wanted to kind of put those layers out there of what that is, and we'll talk about what the change of services might look like.
So a change of duties in the current and new positions. So currently, we have 3 very siloed positions, all working and efforts focused in different areas. The model that we're proposing is kind of an additive model. What we're looking to do is to increase the level of support that is provided directly to our students. Some of those changes that are proposed include a centralization of some of those duties. So what makes sense for us to do here at the district office so that our teachers are freed up to be in front of students, providing that instruction that they need. An example of that, as we reviewed some of the systems, was the opt-out process that happens. That was a process that happened at sites that the multilingual department pulled to ourselves because we believed that the time that the teachers had was better spent with students as opposed to doing paperwork and having some meetings. Other processes like reclassification, those have been streamlined to increase efficiency and try to make sure that we are maximizing the time that teachers have with students. This is just another step toward that goal.
And as those elements have been moved or shifted, the current model is 2 coaches and an intervention teacher, but we're moving down to 1 site coach. You'll see the difference in the 2 models. So in order to get there, those adjustments needed to be made. Additional changes, moving from 2 different coaches into 1 site coach. We also have added to the job description some very essential components to the sustaining of our current work. Currently, we are in year 3 at some schools, year 1 at other schools of our PLC processes, and we have contracted with West Ed to be coaches at our school sites to learn and support us in growing in that model. But we really have to think ahead to how will we sustain this work in the coming years. And so PLC facilitator coach is an added element to the coach role, so that site coach would be the on-site knowledge holder, supporter of that PLC growth. They would be the ones to onboard a new facilitator with those PLC protocols, helping the PLCs to keep that learning going. Also, an add-in to the site coach position are the data reflection sessions, which will be a necessary component of our curriculum alignment project that we roll out next year. This year, we're doing a lot of work around curriculum alignment, establishing our 5 learning cycles, and at the end of every learning cycle will be a data reflection session, where the site coach would be responsible for pulling that data and leading those discussions in PLCs in a timely way that will help inform instruction in the next learning cycle. And that's an important element that was added to the job description.
So the current model provides services in a way that is equal. So 1 school means 1 RTI coach, or 1 RTI teacher, 1 instructional coach, and 1 ELD coach, regardless of the size of the population of students.
And this has proved to have a barrier or a challenge to many of our sites who struggle with a staffing ratio that's much smaller than other sites. We have some sites of 500, we have some sites of 1,000, and yet we maintain an equal number of staff at all sites. The new model
would provide support that's proportional to the need of the site. It would allow us to be able to provide those services in a way where we can meet the needs of the students. If you have 1,000 students with need, there is the help that we would provide would be proportional to that. It would be increased as opposed to a site with a smaller number of students.
And this is where you're seeing that kind of consolidation of the extra coach position and RTI into one academic support teacher. Having one category would allow us to build a team that is larger at some site, a team that is smaller at some site, offering us that flexibility to meet the various needs at our sites. That also means that looking at the job description, some major changes between what we are currently doing and what is being proposed. Currently, RTI focuses just on literacy. It's a very narrow focus. The new job description adds that focus in with language development, a specific call out to our EL learners and adding that component on. So it looks to do both. It also expands our restrictive model of doing tier 3 only in groups of 1, 2, or 3 students to expanding that reach to include some tier 3 groups of 5 to 7. I would say in the conversations that we've had over the last week, many, I would argue most of our current RTI teachers already do that. They say, well, of course, I'm already looking at matching the needs of students. I don't limit myself to groups of 3. I sometimes take a group of 5 or 6. So for many of the sites, it won't be that big of a shift to have a variance model where you do some tier 3 and some tier 2 because they're already expanding those groups. But for some other sites, it might be a drastic shift. So we wanted to lay out there some concerns that we heard over the last week because there are many and they're valid concerns. One concern that was brought up a lot and was brought up again tonight, will tier 3 go away? There is a misconception that we are going to be doing away with all tier 3 services. As I just explained, we are proposing that we look at expanding our lens to increase some of our tier 2 services, which could reduce some of our tier 3 services. What we're saying is that not that tier 3 is not effective or not useful, but that we shouldn't do it at the detriment of others. So if we have only 3 students who need a service, by all means do a tier 3 group. But if there's a wait list of students, and at many schools there are wait lists of students who are not receiving any services, what would be possible? What could we do if we work together as a team, an academic support team and the grade level teachers to meet the needs of all kids? What could we do? And so there are a variety of ways that we could meet those needs. And that is one of the concerns that was brought up.
Another concern is the number of positions. So how many support staff will be at each site? Katie and I have worked very hard to make sure that we have voices in the room from all of our different areas. So RTI coaches, folks who are at DLI, junior high, large schools, small schools, elementary schools, coaches, ELD coaches, to try to determine what are those metrics. How are we going to determine the need at the site? What are those data points that we need? And of course, with the help of our data team to actually look at the numbers to say, how do we quantify the need? And then how do we create positions, or how do we put those pieces in place to ensure that the support is proportional to the need?
The response we heard was overwhelmingly that small schools are concerned that their current staffing allocation of 3 would be changed to a staffing allocation of 2. And that is very possible with this new model. The only response to that would be that I wish I had enough funds to replicate that staffing ratio at every site, but we just don't. Our larger schools are grateful that we're finally taking a look at the inequities that exist because they have varying needs. As Tammy and I sat with every school, it was repeated over and over. Our school is unique. We have so many needs. Our school is unique. We have unique needs. And that is true at all of our sites. And so what we're trying to do by working with this committee is how do we quantify that range of needs to show the various needs at sites in order to be responsive with these positions and move them where the need is. And so that is something that we're working on now, trying to get those numbers as soon as possible.
And we've had 2 meetings with that group and have more scheduled, or will be scheduling more.
Absolutely. And we're looking at what those metrics would be. And so far, looking at the metrics, we've ran that by the principals and making sure we're not missing any elements. Since the intervention services are going to be focusing on ELA, specifically literacy and language development. The metrics we're using focus on ELA. We also are trying to find data points that are easily pulled and universal for all sites. So it's not a teacher-driven data point or one that we need to wait on, but more of a universal one. This includes looking at our EL numbers, our number of ELs who did not grow at least one LP level, our number of newcomers, our number of LTELs, our number of students who score a 1 on the SBAC, our number of students who are testing at risk in our AMIRA reading difficulty risk screener, and our students who are exposed to more than 2 languages. And looking at those numbers to develop a metrics of what that need would be, and then having our site allocations of staffing match those needs.
Clarifying some of the expectations. So we've heard that itinerant, the word, is causing some anxiety, some stress. We want to make sure that and one thing that we've heard and that we agree with is that stability is important. So we want teams to come together, to be able to work together in a consistent way, but we also need the flexibility to be able to respond to the needs. Right now, the itinerant label helps us to be able to plan that out, to be able to do it. But we're planning to make sure that we review the data to ensure that we are being responsive to the needs. So we will need some of that flexibility with the understanding that stability is a priority.
And with that stability, request that was given out with this feedback was, can we clearly outline what the moves of itinerant would be? Annually, whole person at a site, and those sorts of elements. So we would be working with HR and the union to identify what are those elements we could potentially line out to have some more clarity to the itinerant element.
So our next step, so the feedback gathered influenced changes to the job description. So what we did was we talked to folks about how they read the job description. What does this sound like to you? Here's our intention. Does that read the same way? And do we have an understanding of what that means? And so some of the language we altered to make sure that we had clarity of what it was that we were trying to do. We actually spent quite a bit of time making sure and then reviewing those changes with the folks that we met with.
Absolutely. And this is a first read. That means changes are still able to be made before a final read with input from others as we see necessary to make sure that we're expressing the intent of the work that we desire to meet the needs of the students in our district. So those are open. We also, as explained earlier, have been engaging in some committee work that will continue in order to finalize those metrics that will be used to develop scales of need for our sites to adjust the staffing ratios.
Of course, as we stated before, clarification of what intent or what itinerant means and working with our union partners and HR to make sure that we are clear about those expectations. And finally, collaboration on the implementation process. We want to make sure that we are working together. We know that sites are unique, but we want to be able to provide those consistent structures that will allow our students to have access to quality language development in a way that will accelerate their proficiency in other areas.
So the overall intention of these job description changes are to open us up for the idea, the ability to adjust to meet the needs of our students, to focus more on language development. And then now the implementation process is going to be where the real work begins. How will we work together to develop an implementation process to meet those goal needs? Because I would say, as we talked with staff, everyone had the same goals. We want to do what's best for all students. We don't want to leave any students out of services. Even our sites who are having some very successful elements of their tier three focused services say, yes, but I need more people. Yes, I still have students who have needs that I can't meet right now. And so knowing all of those, the intention is for us to work together to build that system, and implementation is going to be the most important part. So with that, we would be open to any questions.
I'll start. And there's a whole a bunch of things I think around creating a new job description, obviously, that create a little bit of, obviously, some angst. And I think some of the things that were expressed to us outside of this evening were around what you just described, moving site to site, reapply. Is this a reapplication process for people whose job doesn't have the same description? And then in turn, do they have seniority, lack of seniority, those kinds of things that displace them from a site that they're already at? Those kinds of things. And what we also heard, I think, was about substitutes and the nature of some folks being in their current roles being called out to provide services for classrooms where there aren't kids and not being able to do their assigned task. So and so there's some really basic functional things I think that we need to look at beforehand, right? So we've consistently over the last few years had staffing problems or difficulties with getting people in the right places to do the right work. And you heard other people talking about other things tonight where they said, well, we contracted services for this, not working out that well. Or we're understaffed here, not working out that well. So we're talking about adding jobs, it sounds like, or adding positions. Is that true? Or was it going to be a total increase we're hoping for?
Right now, it would be an even trade. So 64 positions exist and we're looking at 64 positions.
Okay.
So our funding is static.
Okay, so I think that, I think that's something that's important to look at in some of those other functional things. My concern, one of them, many, is that substitution thing. And I think there needs to be some kind of delineation there that that's not part of the job description. They're not going to substitute.
That's a really good comment, and it was mentioned earlier that we only were able to say that we would try to make it not part of the MOU, because that's an honest answer. That's what we can do. We're not part of that conversation. But I will tell you, currently, RTI teachers have been called out in the MOU to not sub because it's been accepted that intervention services are
But coaches have.
but ELD coaches have. And so our comment to all of the people who hold these positions was that we would propose, since it's already been determined that RTI doesn't sub and that they are intervention services are protected, that this new role of AST is an intervention service and it should be protected.
Awesome.
But that's all I can say.
Right. And then lastly, I think somebody mentioned it, but the same thing came to mind when I heard you guys talking about the itinerant nature or the flexibility. My daughter was part of the guest teacher program here, which I thought was really good at preserving some of that stability with our substitutes. And so is there a possibility that we could, with those folks, kind of do some kind of this was what was mentioned earlier, some kind of a cluster type setup where if they were itinerant or if they were being called to other sites, that those sites would be familiar with them and they with the site or the kids?
We're looking for, I believe, the best definition of itinerant to stick with that will provide something that is systematic, something that is consistent, and something that makes sense. And that would be something that we would work on with our union partners and HR. I think Dr. Bland has an answer for us for some of the previous things.
Yeah, we have to work on what itinerant looks like and what we've looked at in the past and how that looks. I think I'd want some more clarification as to what you're asking, Mr. Hollinshead, in terms of our guest teachers, though. I think I'm just a little more clarity. Of like maybe what
They were, rather than coming in and being a substitute throughout the district, they were assigned a cluster. And so in that way, they were routinely going to same classrooms. So the teacher was familiar with them, the students were familiar with them. And so just a means of maybe contracting down that mobility or some of the flexibility that that's being asked about or discussed.
And I think like they've expressed too, I think that, you know, the word itinerant has definitely evoked some anxiety. And I think that we certainly understand and value that the consistency is the key. And we absolutely want to, you know, make sure that the consistency is there, you know, when we talk about itinerant and what does that look like? I don't think the intention is that itinerant is meaning that there's fluidity throughout day to day or week to week. You know, I don't think that's the intention at all. You know, or even month to month. I don't think that's the design at all.
Okay.
I don't want to speak out of line because we haven't had much discussion even with our labor partners. But you know, even with how itinerant has been used even throughout our district, in some of our other areas. But I know we have a lot of more discussion to talk about that. But I know that from some of our discussions, that's not what the intention is right now. So.
Thank you. And then like one last thing, I know everybody else has got questions. Where in this grand scheme of things are the administrators and their participation as far as being brought on board with these types of changes and supporting them with fidelity? Because I know that when I visited some campuses recently, there's been discussion about fidelity to the MTSS process and what the roles are and what the consistency is from site to site. And some of that revolves around or is centered on what you're talking about with equity rather than equality. But some of it, I think, too, is the perception that the administrators don't have the same preparedness or maybe willingness and participation.
Yeah, no, that is very accurate. And what we will promise to them is that this will be a true collaborative effort to support them in building the system. So previously, it's been very much independent work, and we do see a varying degree of implementation of various programs, not for any negative reason besides it's just what can happen at each site. But there is a desire to learn from each other. Those bright spots in the district, many have administrators have asked, like, well, what's the model school? And we'll just design ourselves after that. And we're saying there's not a single model school. There are many bright spots. And so our plan is to get them together into clusters so that they can learn those bright spots from each other. Because if I can learn one strong element from her and I can learn one strong element from him and they can learn one strong element from me, then we can together build a stronger system, knowing that we each have different needs, even how they're able to coordinate their master schedules, even how they are able to coordinate their other support staff, things that are happening on their campuses are different right now. And so what would be possible if we all work together in this collaborative model to design systems that would be able to support all students? So having those conversations early so that we're ready to have master schedules that support this learning. Yes.
One last thing.
All of that.
Sorry, I'm sorry. One last thing. And really, it's just it's an add-on to that. And I think to understand that MTSS isn't just about the literacy aspect of things, right? It's what we're talking about this year, whole child. And so I think that was one of the aspects that I've received feedback with about fidelity is all the services that go along with these students, so that they're being supported and going to that place that's welcoming, going to the place that they feel safe. And as one of the teachers said today, feeling like they can be vulnerable to doing some of the things that need to be done to help them along.
Absolutely.
All of those questions that Mr. Hollins had asked have been going through my mind. But looking at the actual job descriptions that were in our board packet, in the job description for the academic support teacher at the very beginning, where it defines under the supervision of the site principal and in collaboration, blah, 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 the site coach is not included in that, and it would seem to me that that would be pretty essential, that the site coach and the site principal are on the same page, working together to, I don't want to say monitor, but evaluate what the needs are. And as you indicated, that site coach would be looking at a lot of data to determine which students would be eligible or would be in need of that academic support. Another question, it doesn't say anything in the site coach job description. It talks, there's a reference to, supporting teachers in their classrooms if they need it and want it. Would that site coach be doing any kind of small group instruction, or would their position simply be looking at the data, assessing, organizing, or helping, the academic support teacher? It's going to take me a long time to remember that. In informing the groups.
Yes.
And I think the tier 3 question, I understand that, if the current practice is that the RTI teacher only works with those tier 3 students, they are not accessing enough students it may make a huge difference for those 3 students, and that's important. But we have way too many English learners to be only working with 3 or 4 at a grade level or whatever. So I appreciate that and acknowledge that will likely better serve our English learner population.
Thank you. To address the site coach, yes, the intention is for the collaboration amongst the team. It's written in there so many times, collaboration. And yes, there is an element in the site coach job description that says working with small groups, because although it's not the main part of their job, we also want them to be part of the academic support team. So if the academic support team feels like there is a subject at junior high or a grade level at elementary that needs all hands on deck to make enough small groups to meet all the needs of students, then they would all participate in the supporting of students at that level. And so it is a part of the job description.
And my other thought has to do with the itinerant classification. If the being itinerant wouldn't mean that in the middle of the year you might be pulled to go to another site, it would simply mean that perhaps someone in that academic support arena, teacher arena, might need to be moved to a site where you're anticipating more need and or another person hired.
That's correct. And so something we heard loud and clear when we first introduced this out, we said, as we build this scale, would it be possible to have partial people? What if you need 1.5 academic support teachers? Maybe you need 2.5. And the overarching consensus from all of the sites were that a half person would not help with the consistency needed at a site to do groups in the way that they do them. And so if we're going to go with whole numbers, then it would be either 1 or 2 or 3. We are working on those metrics right now to establish that. What we have said, the intention of the work with this is that it would be a year commitment. So you would be assigned a site for the year. The data would be reviewed every spring in order to make decisions. Should the needs of sites change, that we could make that adjustment to the next year. If all of a sudden a large influx of newcomers goes to battles, maybe that changes their needs according to the metrics that have been determined by this committee. And if that allocation needs to shift, then we might need to shift. But there is a big desire from everyone we met with to really be intentional about outlining in specificity what those criteria will be. And not just saying, well, Tammy and Katie said, but putting it in writing that it's a year-long commitment. Whatever the criteria is that we're going to establish, to be very transparent about what that is for itinerant, because it is a very scary word on the paper.
So I would assume that when these job descriptions come back to us, there will be significant adjustments to fully clarify all of those issues that have been raised.
There needs to be, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate that this is a discussion item, right? And not a final decision, because I definitely need time to hear from, all the different folks that this affects. So I really appreciate hearing from our teachers today. I appreciate the parent concerns that you all raised as well, right? Because you all get to hear and see things, right, that we don't always get to. I really appreciate you drawing our attention to the equity lens, that some of our staff have 500 and some of our sites have 500 students and some have 1,000. And, there's a difference, right, between equity and equality, right? And this is where the rubber hits the road, right? I know some sites might be like, hey, well, what about us? But, well, we have double the numbers. So we're going to go where the need is at, right? And so I really appreciate that, you putting that on our radar. And I just want to I, as a board member, try to remember to constantly focus on, on what we're here for, which is what's best for our students, right? Sometimes there's different, interests, different concerns, right? But I know that all of our staff and all of the board, as far as I can tell, and we're all here for what's best for students. So as long as we keep that the main thing, I'm really confident that we'll be able to seek a resolution to this.
Thank you.
If there's no further questions? No? With no further questions, the Board of Education acknowledges the first reading of the site coach and academic support teacher job description as presented. Thank you very much for that information. All right, item 20, any new business this evening? No? Ms. Cordero?
My request has to do with one of the sessions that I attended at the CSBA conference. Both Mr. Hollinshead and I were there, and it had to do with tracking or monitoring students who have been redesignated and the requirement that that monitoring must continue for 4 years. And I do remember knowing that that is required, but I don't recall any kind of information that has been shared with the board in the recent past regarding, how are our redesignated students performing academically as they move forward. So that would be my request. And I'll go ahead and share that part of the presentation that was made showed that in the elementary grades, when they were redesignated, they did very well and actually performed better than non-redesignated English-speaking students. But when it got into the junior high and high school, that difference diminished. They were still either equal or close, but not the shining stars, so to speak. So I just I have an interest in really knowing what some of that might be and knowing that, once our students are redesignated, that they can continue to be successful.
Thank you. I was going to call you President Cordero, Board Member Cordero. I'll work with our education department to determine whether this is a presentation or just board information to provide to you in regards to redesignation and the monitoring and tracking.
So one of in that session, just to add to what Mrs. Cordero said, so the difficulty with us obviously is that we're not a unified district. And so that we present a special challenge. And so one of the suggestions that we actually made and then they confirmed is that you can follow accessibility to A through G requirements for those students if you have a means of sharing data with that high school district, graduation rates, and some of those other more basic and very readily accessible information. So I think there's some of those things we can do if we articulate with the high school district that are meaningful to check and see what their success rate is after they leave us, because it does help us to backward map, right? And the main thrust of the discussion was trying to support those students as they go on. So that's difficult, obviously, for us to do as not a unified district, but it is good for us to be able to backward map and see if there's some trend to who is falling to the wayside or not succeeding as we would hope for them.
Absolutely. And I don't know if we do have any type of data sharing agreement with the high school district in regards to that, but we can certainly look at that and strengthen that relationship we have with them.
Okay. Item 21, board and superintendent reports. Anybody have anything?
Instead of being at the end, I get to go first now. Since we were, most of us were at the CSBA conference last week, I am not sure that our district knows universally that our teacher induction program was recently reviewed by the state, and the program that has been developed here has been unconditionally accredited. So since I serve on that committee, I was part of the interview panel from the people that came from the state. And I just want to give a big shout out to all of those folks that are involved in that, along with the support teachers that help and support our going to be new teachers that we are developing from our very own personnel within the district. So a really great job on that. There was a quarterly schools meeting this morning. Not a lot of information was shared. A lot of the discussion really was about how much the city is going to be expanding in the next 20 years in terms of population growth and additional land being annexed to the city. And of course, we did definitely mention that we hoped that space for the new schools that will be needed will be designated as part of that growth. And I think I've kind of already shared a couple of the tidbits from the CSBA conference that I gained. I think one of the other sessions that I went to was presented by, and I forget what the group is called, but let me. Oh, fiddlesticks. Capital Advisors. I think that was the group. They talked about, things that are happening within the state government along with the federal government and what some of the changes, what the implications are. And I was anticipating that everything would be very negative, but they indicated that there may be hope still, that since California revenue has increased a bit, that the effects of the downturn in the economy may not hit us as hard as we once thought it would. And on a final note, I know I've mentioned before from the podium that the Altrusa group that I belong to, that gives teacher grants to teachers in our district in Orchid and Guadalupe. Our big fundraiser is going on right now, Magical Christmas Trees. Quite a number of students have been for field trips that can walk from both Libin and Battles. And it's very fun when they come in. The little ones are so excited they just can hardly control themselves, but enough parents or chaperones have come that it has just been fun to see. The hard part for the younger ones is that, we kind of explain how buying the tickets and the raffle works, but it's hard for young ones to understand, well, if I put the ticket in, then I'm going to win, kind of thing. So our last day of ticket sales will be Saturday. We'll be closing at 3:30, and then our drawing is Sunday morning. And I appreciate the support that comes from our schools. We have at least 10 trees that they're sponsored by our schools, and they are amazing. Whoever heads that up at each school site has creativity, and there is commitment from the staff to support that, and they are amazing. So thank you to those out there in the schools that continue to support us, because number one, we're here to continue to support our teachers in the classroom and to support literacy for our students. When the classes come for field trips, we give them a class set of books, so every child takes home a new book. Thank you. Oh, please, I know it's still a week and a half away, but I hope everyone has an extremely enjoyable and relaxing holiday. May you all be blessed.
Most of us had the opportunity to go to Sacramento recently for a school board conference. And I think us modeling ongoing learning, I think is really important. So if we expect our staff to engage in ongoing learning, I think that standard applies to us as well. And so it was nice that many of us were able to be a part of that. And just real quick, I'll share that one of the workshops that I attended emphasized the importance of asking questions, as board members. And so I think that that's really important. And that I think we engage in questions not like in an attacking manner, right? But always from a sense of curiosity. And so I always appreciate, like the questions that our teachers are asking of us, great, right? Like, we should not see this as a threat, right? We should see each other as partners in the work of supporting our students. So I want to continue to encourage all of us, right, to question each other in a respectful way and coming from a good place of always coming to the benefit of our students. So I really appreciated that aspect of the workshop. Is essentially they're telling us at these workshops, as board members, continue to do your job, right, by asking those tough questions and always with the spirit of coming from a loving place. And so I'm excited to continue to do this difficult work with you all, because that's how we're going to continue to move the needle when it comes to improving outcomes for our students. And then I just also want to wish all of our staff wonderful rest during the holidays. Take care of yourselves. This work we do is not easy. Clearly, we're still here. It's 10:20, so we are clearly committed to this work. And so, but it is taxing on the body sometimes and the spirit. So I hope y'all take some good time to be with your friends, your family, and also with yourselves. Thank you.
Yeah, I certainly, I think we'll all echo our best wishes for everyone to share time with their families and get good rest with the ones that they love around them. I also wanted to thank the teachers that came this evening. And I encourage when I make visits or when somebody reaches out for teachers and staff to come to board meetings and let us know what their concerns are so that we know the right questions to ask. And so hopefully, the information that's presented tonight around some of the concerns that teachers had was helpful. Hopefully some of the questions that we asked were helpful. So I just wanted to express appreciation for the folks who came out and were really thoughtful and constructive in how they presented themselves this evening, because it really is a benefit for us to hear from people so we know the right questions to ask either now or at a different time. So in keeping with the spirit of CSBA, I won't go into it too much other than to say there usually are specific tracks that we can kind of go through. One of them was AI this year, which I had almost no interest in, so I didn't go to any of those. But I really attended several good English learner and the reclassified learner, English learner programs that Mrs. Cordero described. And I think what's always inspiring is that when you go there, you hear great new things, but also you hear that a lot of people are doing the right work here. And so a lot of the things around redesignation, around teaching and working with our English learners we reflected well there with what other people are doing. And there was also a presentation on a pipeline, teacher pipeline-ish, that sounded okay, but didn't sound nearly as good as ours. So, and I did reach out to a few people who are interested in hearing about what we're doing there for getting working around having our multilingual learners and how that helps us out. One thing that somebody asked me today at the and I'm trying to think, Herencia Indígena, I think was the name of the group that came today, was if we can start to, in job descriptions or consideration of our English learners, rather than, and I know we say multilingual, but rather than consider bilingual and multilingual preferred, that really, and not specified out, but if we start to look at folks who are speaking Mixteco or other indigenous languages. And the point that they made today was that typically the language acquisition goes with their home language or heritage language, and then English, and then they'll learn Spanish. And so we tend to pile those people or really kind of lump those people and our students together, English learners, as Spanish is the language that we're looking at. And so I think we need to be a little bit, maybe we can think of being more broad-minded in thinking about those things. The one last thing I'll add is that the session that Mrs. Cordero and I were in, they compared California pre-Prop 187 to post, and also compared practices pre and post as they compare to Illinois and Texas. And we're behind Illinois and we're behind Texas in how we serve our students and their language needs. If there are 20 speakers of a language, then they group them together so that they can provide them first language instruction and English. So when we talk around the English Learners Roadmap, or we talk about DLI, somebody was asking about, we've had a lot of questions around DLI. We can start to think of it maybe as being, rather than two-way, one-way DLI, some of those kinds of things. Again, I've said them before, where we can start to think a little bit more innovatively so that we can serve all our language learners. And also, if we can't have DLI strands, what are we doing to create literacy opportunities? So that was some of the stuff I got from the convention.
I don't have much, but I just want to thank everybody that came and spoke today and their concerns for our kids and the passion they have for our district. And basically, I just want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. And I'm getting personal, to make sure to reach out to your loved ones, make those calls and give them those hugs, as well as your kids in your classes, because I know they look at all of our teachers and staff as parents themselves. So thank you.
Good evening. Oh my gosh. I do want to thank all of our speakers today, the people that came in for public comment, the people that emailed your concerns. It was very helpful, those that were printed here. So thank you. And then, yeah, I also went to CSBA. I did the president's training, and so that was very helpful in foreseeing what was up today. And then also one of the favorite workshops that I attended was one on CET and how Fresno Unified has developed their CET program and how successful their students are when they graduate. They come out with certifications for the different trades that they train in there. We're a TK through 8, but maybe next year I can get more information about the programs that we offer for our students and how those shape their way of thinking in how to pursue careers later, or is the CET programs that are offered at the high schools. I see a lot of benefit as far as the professional development for the young minds. They start thinking more professional and speaking more ready for job placements. So yeah, I think something like that would benefit, even just to get them on the track of thinking what's ahead and what are options. Any of those trades can also lead to architecture, engineering degrees, and have that at least financial, not think too much of the financial hardship that college can be sometimes, and get them ready for a more professional future. So anyways, that was one of my favorite workshops that I attended. And yeah, thank you, everybody. Happy holidays. Enjoy your breaks. and rest, and we'll see you guys next year.
Thank you, President Cabral. Congratulations on your very first meeting as president of SMBSD board. So nice job. We were at the CSBA conference together, going through that workshop the first day. I'm going to try and just hit on a couple of things that maybe wasn't mentioned. Ms. Cordero, you took the teacher induction program. I had that on. I thought no one would know about that or mention that, yet you did. And so thank you for that. But I do want to thank Shelley and her team, the teacher induction program, for their accreditation and the fantastic job that they do with our new teachers in our induction program. I put our induction program against any induction program in the state. They do a fantastic job, and I just appreciate them. So thank you. Tommy Kuntz, this Saturday, we're hosting 65 robotic teams from throughout Central Coast and Southern California, right here in town. Tommy Kuntz. Yes, the event runs from 8 to 4, so come in and enjoy. Tommy Kuntz? Tommy Kuntz? Yes. Also, if you have not looked on our website, this is a difficult time of the year for many of our families. I want to emphasize we have resources available to our students and families. And we want to remind our community that our family resource centers are open and available to assist. There are videos with more information that's linked to our website. And I saw Jose Segura earlier, but he is one of the stars. He's our coordinator of community schools. And I saw the video earlier, and he's a pretty cool guy in the video. But he talks about just the services that are there for our families, immigration and emergency preparedness, the pantries that we run, clothing, parent classes, et cetera. It just runs the gamut. And so I just encourage our families to use that as needed. I have 3 pages here. I want to stop and just first of all thank our staff here at Santa Maria Bonita. I want to thank our staff for their input, their passion, and most importantly, the love for our students. And when I say staff, I mean everyone that works here. I'm looking out and I see Javier Cavas. Javier, what you do is amazing. I look at Sam Humphrey, Dr. Humphrey back there, who handles our LCAP. He's in the wings, but he does an amazing job. I see our president of SMEA, Kristen Lohr, who I speak to on a weekly basis, except for the past couple of weeks we haven't met, but that's not been on purpose. But I see you in the work and the passion that you have for this district and for the members of SMEA as well. And I want to thank all of you. This work that we do is not easy. Dr. Salcido and Dr. Schiffer went out last week, and they have been giving out news that has not been the very best received. It's emotional. When I hear teachers talking here, it's emotional, and I feel it. and I understand it. We always can do a better job at how we communicate, and we will continue to do that. We will continue to work together, and I know that we can do that. I was thinking about a quote as people were talking. We'll continue to work together. You know, change, and what I consistently heard from teachers who were up here as well is like, we're not afraid of change. It's not about that. It's about the how. But I just wanted to say this quote: "Change is hard at first," and we've been going through this since I've been here for 4 years. As far as creating conditions, change is hard at first, messy in the middle, and gorgeous at the end. It's a quote from Robin Sharma, and I believe it's messy. It is messy, but we are doing something for our students that's going to be gorgeous at the end. And as long as we can continue to work together, again, whether there's missteps that we have, that's a part of being human. It's a part of us providing grace to each other and really being able to work together. But I believe with all of my heart that the intent that we have for our students, whether you're a teacher or whether you're at the district office, the intent that we have for our students is pure, and to really be able to, I say it all the time, um, accomplish the mission that we created 3 years ago, to allow each and every one of our students to flourish, discovering their passion and purpose, exercising their self-determination, and developing the skills to reach their fullest potential. And so those words, those beliefs that have come up, sometimes they don't match. Sometimes we have to aspire more to get where we need to go. And we will continue to do that as a family, as a team, as a district. And like I said, change is gorgeous at the end, and we'll continue to pursue that. That's all I have. Oh, and Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays to everyone.
Thank you, Dr. McDuffie. Our next regular board meeting for the Santa Maria Bonita School District will be held on Wednesday, January 14, 2026 at 6 p.m. with no further business. May I have a motion to adjourn this meeting? This meeting is now adjourned. It is